Ah, yes. Some of the icons were easier to get than others. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes. Alrighty. So let us take that away. We should be good to go. Okay, so the strangest icon or most obscure is Mixed Up Mother Goose. But to answer your earlier question, most of these I didn't actually get icon files for. Partially because, especially some of the older ones, back in the 80s, were pre-Windows. There weren't icon files at all. You might be able to go and find bitmaps for them, but I didn't find any of those. So if we actually... Alright, we'll hide that, hide this. Where did you go? This one. So if we want to move this over... Why will it not let me grab it and drag? Alright, fine. I'll just hide myself briefly. So, yeah. So, let's see. Now, looking at these, I think pretty much all of these I pulled from screenshots of things. The exceptions would be the Umbrella Corps logo. The Umbrella Corps logo, I just straight up deliberately pulled the Umbrella Corps logo itself, not getting from the game. The Diablo D I pulled from the box art, and I just like selected it and, you know, erased the stuff around it. I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream, that's another box art one. But most of these others were something I captured in-game. We've got the Pirates icon, the King's Quest icon, the Dr. Brain icon. We've got our Wolfenstein 3D guy, that's from an in-game screenshot. Yeah. We've got a lot of stuff. So, yeah, it's been a journey so far since we started the year. We're doing 1 year a week, so we've started the year in 1986, and every week we've gone forward 1 year. So we have finally made our way to 1997 and Exile III. And now, normally, this is where we would read the manual, because, well, especially in the older games, reading the manual was incredibly important to be able to actually play the game. Oh, come here, you. So we can look at the readmes at least. If we get our capture to get the right piece. Alright. So, an interesting thing that has made this more difficult is actually the older games on DOSBox that were much simpler to get running. You just run them in DOSBox. It's fine. Either you get the good old games version, and it's got all the stuff set up, or the abandonware ones that, you know, you can't really buy anymore. Well, those, they just kind of run in DOSBox. Once we started getting to Windows games, it gets a little trickier. You get things like the Oregon Trail that had disk swapping it wanted us to be doing. Go figure, that's why you never did well in them? Yeah, it happens. I mean, some of them you need to read the manual just to get the control schemes, especially in like the late 80s, early 90s era, because that predates the whole, like, nowadays, if you install a first-person shooter, you know you're just going to use WASD to move. It's what everyone does, everyone already knows it. But none of those standards were in place yet back then. So even to just know what keys did what, you needed to look in the manual, at the very least. And often a lot of the install instructions were in there when you needed to do things like manually configure your sound cards and things of that nature. And I keep trying to use my scroll wheel to move, but this Windows 95 virtual machine doesn't know what a scroll wheel is. Other fun things that we've run into, Diablo was the first mention we saw in a manual of online play. And then immediately after that, Resident Evil was the first game that referenced needing a 3D graphics card. And even up until Diablo, this is last week, 1996, there was a section in the manual explaining what, like, left mouse click and right mouse click are. Because mice were still somewhat new. Okay, so this is mostly debugging tips, game info. Yep, copyright 1997, got it. Oh, it's off the screen because it opened in a different place. There we go. How to uninstall, warranty information, shareware license. Excellent. So, without further ado, we shall start Exile 3. We will leave the background music on because, while Exile 3 does have sound, it does not, generally speaking, have background music. Visit Anaximander in Fort Emergence whenever you think you've done something interesting. He has much useful information. Excellent. Cannot create read misc.dat file. This volume may be locked. Exile 3 can still be played. Excellent. Start new game. Exile. Verb. To banish or expel from one's native land. Exile is also a place, many miles of caves and surface, far below the world's surface. The Empire rules the surface totally. When they discovered Exile, they had the perfect something for it. A prison, perfect use for it. Everyone who didn't fit in. The rebels. The antisocial. Oh shit. The disliked. Oh no. They were teleported to Exile. Forever. Well, I'm screwed. The exiles were not inactive. They built subterranean cities. They learned to fight. They studied magic. They built their strength. And when they were ready, they got their revenge. The Archmage Erica made her own teleporter. Emperor Hawthorne ruled the Empire. He was brilliant and ruthless, and hated totally. What? Okay, bye. Tacos? It's time to deal with Empire. Yes, Garza. Exile struck down the Emperor. 4 years later, the Empire invaded. More of the story. That's what hating totally gets you. Indeed. So this is Exile 3, so it's given us some backstory from Exile 1 and 2. And I love that it shows them using spells, and I think they can hit some of their own guys with friendly fire there. Exile was outgunned and outnumbered. The Empire War was thought lost until Exile found an ally. This is from Exile 2, Crystal Souls. The alien Venati. Venatai? I never quite learned how to pronounce their name. And turned the tide. Now, why did they join Exile's side? Because the Empire fucked with them first. 5 years passed. Nothing was heard from the Empire. The Exiles decided that it was time to return to the surface. They built a teleporter and formed Upper Exile, a new series of caves just below the surface. They then selected someone to explore the surface. For the first time, you. Your testing was extensive. Our testing apparently involves everyone attacking us. Fair enough. And very painful. Your briefing was considerate. This is a tree! Ooh! What's it for? And confusing. They really said touch grass, and you're like, what's grass? In Upper Exile, someone named Anaximander to get you orders and then go up to the surface. All Exile waits on you. All wait to see what you'll find. They want to return to the surface. You carry the dream of your people. Good luck. Oh, okay. Creating a party. Yes. Okay, here's where you edit your party. Before beginning the game, you start with 6 prefabricated characters. To place them with characters of your own, hit the delete button and then click on the hit here to create button. Okay. So, I forget if it was Exile 2 or 3, but one of them, it is incorrect to delete and remake. Because if you go to train... Yes, thank you. We use pluses and minuses. Done. If you go to train and you simply minus all of their skills to the minimums, like you wouldn't get on a new character, you would end up with more total points than if you just started a new character. Like here we have 71. And then we look at Thissa. And we'll see that we will probably get a different number than 71. Yeah, see, 76. So clearly this is better than the default characters. So the question is, what do we want to do? Now, if I remember correctly, archery is not really that good. But we want some melee and we want some casters at the very least. So let's train. You are going to be a priest. Okay, mage lore. Okay, yes. I was hoping I could click on Mage Lore to learn more about it, but I guess that feature hasn't been added yet. Must be an Avernum only feature. So Mage Lore is what lets you essentially learn things. Like if you find some writing on the wall, or you find a spell book with like a special spell in it, then the ability to see whether or not you will learn that spell depends on your Mage Lore. Priest spells specifically, you don't have enough skill points to buy this skill. The number of skill points to buy a level of a skill is the number before the slash in parentheses. To get skill points, kill enough monsters to gain a level. Thank you. And you might say, like, well, what's the other number here? That's how much gold it takes to train. So we're going to try to exploit this a little bit. Because if I recall correctly, there is a wait, how much do you like? If we fully untrain you, you seem much lower than the others. It says right click for description. Ah, right-click on plus minus. Okay. Intelligence. Measure mental strength and dexterity. High intelligence also makes your spells more effective, sometimes very much so. Intelligence below 4 makes your spells work poorly. Okay, so now we can right-click this. Mage Lore. You'll occasionally need to decipher strange magical readings. This skill determines how good you are at this. If your skill is high enough, you may gain a spell or valuable piece of information. Spread this around your party. Don't buy more than 25 points total over the whole game. We're going to actually want to be close to that at the start of the game for a certain... I'll call it an exploit, but it's more of just a sequence break. Because there is a very powerful priest spell you can get at first level if you have enough Mage Lore. Priest spells cap at 7. So... spell points. The spell points are what you expend to cast spells. Each spell drains away some of your spell points. Time and rest restore them. When creating your character, you get 3 bonus spell points for every level of mage and priest spells skill you buy. See? Which is why it's like, they had 21 points spent over here in spell points. So, but if I spend 20 points here, I get 20 spell points. If I spend 20 points here, I get 12 spell points and the ability to cast spells. So we're going heavy on that. We didn't get that. Get a little bit of health. Gotta love the early years of character creation. Yeah, it's interesting. It harkens back a lot more to tabletop roleplay style character creation. So, when below 4, the health the character gains at each level will be sharply reduced. Also, more strength enables you to carry more stuff. And before character... okay, so we really do want some base amount of this. We have 9 points left. because you had to go all in on priest spells, we're gonna get you... We want spell points with it, with our 9 points. We'll get 3 points in mage lore and the rest in spell points. And now, if you're Dork, you have mage lore, 2 mage spell, 1 priest spell. So this is a character archetype. It's like, you can do kind of both spells. And it's just like, no, that's a terrible archetype. It is incredibly weak. We're going to get rid of all of your weapon skills and actually make you usable by giving you actual abilities. And I'll give you 1 more strength for more like carrying capacity stuff. Alright, you will be our pure mage, of course. You have mage lore, you have strength. Alright. We're getting rid of your ability to melee because it does not matter. We don't care at this point. We will, again, we'll drop that. We'll get 2 more mage lore. And a little bit of health, a little bit of spell points. Yeah, alright, good enough. These are not going to be optimal, by the way. I do not remember how to optimally build things. But okay, so... Third is going to be our skill monkey. You can see it already has it here as our skill monkey. So... Poison... What does poison do again? You will find poisons which you can put on your weapons for extra damage. Having a few levels in this skill will make it more likely that you will put the poison on at full strength, and less likely that you will nick yourself with the poison accidentally. You really only need 3 to 4 levels of this. More helps, but not too much. Cool. I guess we'll make you... We'll keep you as our archer. Why do you have 8 strength? Strength shouldn't help you, right? Increases damage done in combat, increases odds of kicking down doors, blah, blah, blah. How nimble your character is, better chance of hitting in combat, especially with missile weapons. Okay, so because this is specifically our, trapper character, we're gonna raise their dex higher. And... also contributing to mage lore as part of the party. So, what's our total mage lore? 3... 3... 5, so that's 11 so far. 13. Alright. Now we're gonna have 2 big beefy boys. You're going to be... You don't care about intelligence. We can fully dump this, right? Yeah, we can fully dump this. Yeah, if not, ignore it. So... Get you up to 20 health. We have 3 mage lore just to help out the party. You're going to use our pole weapons. And defense. 3 effects. It determines how well a character does at parrying, decreases the penalty in combat from bulky armor, and occasionally decreases the damage taken from enemies' weapons, by a few levels for anyone in heavy armor. Your front line, you get some of that. And 1 more strength index. Good. Okay, once again, we'll get you up to 20-ish health. And we'll give you edged weapons. Bashing weapons might be a good shout too, but, we could ignore it for now. Item lore. I forget if I care about this or not. Having item lore gives you a chance of having items from slain monsters be identified when you find them. Yeah, we don't really care that much. Okay, you will contribute to the party's mage lore. Significant amount. Okay. I hope I have enough mage lore. But let's look at our traits. Make sure we don't have anything too terrible. Alright, human, who is ambidextrous. An ambidextrous warrior will be able to use one weapon in each hand without any penalties. Normally using two weapons makes both of them much less likely to hit. Okay. And he has good constitution, which makes poison and disease have reduced effect. Cool. He is also magically inept. Magically inept characters, for some reason, resist the effects of magical items and are unable to use them. Potions and scrolls won't work on them, although worn items such as rings will have a small effect. No. We want to take that off. And we definitely don't want bad back, chronic disease, or frail. The problem is that when you give these guys these sorts of buffs, they take more experience to level. So, he's at 118. Now we have our Sotheraki. These are a race of lizard people. The Sliths, for short, are a race of lizard men, both strong and smart. Once unknown on the surface world, they are starting to appear there. Slith characters get bonuses to strength and intelligence, and are better at using pole weapons. So, we have woodsmen. When roaming the surface of the world, a woodsman is able to hunt and bring down food, find useful herbs, and deal with circumstances involving nature's adversity. So, this is something that you want at least one of in the party, just so that when you are walking around on the surface world and you run into something, you can identify things like, by the way, you shouldn't go this way. You will die. It's like, oh, okay. So we're not going to put toughness on him just in case. We're not going to put sluggish just in case. Frail? Makes us take a bunch more damage, right? Poison and disease are stronger against us. Exceptional strength. Do a small amount more damage. Recuperation is fast healing. Highly alert is... you resist magical sleep. And having at least one person with it will make you not get surprised. So, because he's going to take two of the cheaper ones, Woodsman and Cave Lore, which are basically the same thing. It's wilderness lore, your ability to survive in the wilderness. It's just one is for the surface and one is for the caves. So, he's up at 132, which is super high. Alright, he is a Nephilim. Nephilim are cat people. Once common on the surface world, they have been hunted to near extinction, although some now remain in exile. Nephilim characters start with better dexterity and are much better at using missile weapons. So, nimble fingers, we definitely want that. This is our trapper. Improves one's chances of picking locks and disarming traps, and will make you highly alert as well. Okay. Our mage has magically apt because, yeah. We really want magically apt. BRB? Yep, I'll see you in a second. By the time you're back, we might be in-game. Okay, what else is here that we want? We don't need Cave Lore anymore. We have it on someone else. We have Highly Alert on someone else. Let's see. This is our general purpose caster who has some skill in each. So we'll give them good constitution so that when the whole party gets poisoned, this guy who can remove poison will still be alive to help out. Do we care about him having a bad back? Not particularly. We will give him... I don't need any of this other stuff, actually. We don't need a bad back. Oh, he also doesn't have magically apt, though. It's such a... Alright, he'll get a bad back in order to get magically apt. And, yeah, magically apt is... Basically, you have to have it on any primary casters, if I recall correctly. Alright. I swear, that's... Actually, I saw a YouTube video on this a bit ago. I believe that is the same sting as like Tony Hawk. It's a video. There's a guy who does a variety of things about the source of certain clips, like sound clips. And that particular like sting there has apparently been remixed and sampled like a ton of different times in different ways. Okay, welcome to Exile 3, Ruined World. These windows will pop up occasionally to explain what is going on. If they annoy you, they can be turned off in the Preferences screen, accessed from Options menu. Alright, first things first. Where is the save button? I cannot save game right now. It is blocked. Okay. So, let's see. Alright, good. It is well captured over here. Alright, let's try this for a second and just see how this works out for us. So if we put this here, this here, go back here. Okay. You've just reached a special encounter. Many special encounters are marked by white spots. Others are invisible and activated by stepping on them or searching the right spot. Special stuff can be hidden in all terrain types. Several comfortable beds have been made up so that you can rest here as necessary. It's a nice gesture. Very few people on the surface will be so polite. Alright, so I'm going to do this mostly through keyboard controls, so I'm going to try to have the cursor off to the side here. Get. Alright, from here you'll select which nearby items to pick up. Click on an item or type A through H to pick it up. To have someone else pick stuff up, click on the appropriate button at the bottom or type 1 through 6. Okay, so we will use this. It's a map. A note at the bottom reads, "Come see me as soon as possible. Also, stuff inside storeroom is for you. Help yourself." Side storeroom supplies for you are here. So, you know, this is the days before yellow paint. Sometimes they just straight up give you a map in your inventory that you can open up and look at. This command brings up a map of the area you're in. Generally, maps of dungeons and the outdoors will be remembered. However, if a town undergoes some sort of major change, you'll lose your map of that town. Right, so there's our map. Crude sign put up very recently. Surface exploration crew quarters. Okay, looks like I won't be able to do as much with the keyboard as I thought. Alright, you step out of your quarters and into one of the many cavernous sports halls of Fort Emergence. The corridors are eerily quiet. Only a small fraction of the troops that will be stationed here have arrived yet. Time to go get your orders. Everyone responds to look, name, and job. Use the buttons at the bottom. To ask about something people mention, click on the word. Click on demon to ask about demons. Certain people respond to buy and sell, which puts you in shopping mode. He bows respectfully as you approach. Name. Greetings, adventurers. I'm Gordon. Job. Well, sort of the servant for the guest quarters. I sort of keep everything clean, prepare meals, that sort of thing. Meals? He looks nervous. There's a bit of a problem with that. The fort is sort of not entirely ready, and I don't have the supplies up here to cook yet. Perhaps if you went to see Elisa. Elisa? She runs the main kitchen in the southwest corner. She gives lots of food to anyone who asks. Excellent. So we were like... Yan Mitho, a young, lithe woman with dark skin, moves lithely about the room. I like the word lithe, apparently. Performing various martial exercises. A vicious-looking curved sword is sheathed at her side. This person is clearly capable of being quite lethal. Alright, what's your name? She walks over and gives you a stiff, sharp, not entirely respectful bow. I am Yan Mitho, the trainer for Fort Emergence. Job. She looks at you with distaste. I am here to train soldiers to the best of my ability. I can also train... others. She says others with great disdain. You can't help but guess her contempt is aimed at you. Let's ask about others. You work for unspecified services, do you not? I am not afraid to say I have little respect for your lot. Unspecified services. Ha! A ragtag bunch of untrained adventurers, amateur spies, and mixed hangers-on. We soldiers train hard and die for our cause. You wander around aimlessly and expect respect. And yet, King Micah gives the first contact with the surface to your undisciplined lot. She spits again. Let's ask about King Micah. It is not to such as me to question the wisdom of my monarch. She pauses and thinks. Even if he is wrong. Excellent. You encounter a cat. It looks up at you with the arrogance and disinterest its kind is known for. Guest quarters. Alright, we went there. Anyone else in here? No? Okay, off we go. Could have sworn there were, like, people in here I could talk to. These barracks are still clean, pristine, and new. Clearly no soldiers have been moved in to fill them yet. But it probably won't be that way for long. I love the Windows icon on the corner. Just like, this is definitely of its time. These okay, yep. Same thing. I also like that moving onto the bed, you get a different sprite of person in bed. Back. Welcome back. Insta-sleep. Hello. Mazumdar. This woman is quite young, probably in her mid-20s, yet she radiates power well beyond her years. She levels a piercing gaze at you. Insta-sleep sprite. Yes. Name. I am Mazumdar, head mage of Fort Emergence. You know, is the head mage like the head nurse? They're the one with the worst knees? I coordinate all magical activities that take place in Fort Emergence. Right? Magical activities. This fort will eventually be used for experimentation, training, and launching magical spells against our foes. However, Triad keeps us from being nearly as powerful as we could be. Alright, Triad. The Triad consists of the 3 greatest mages of Exile. They are in charge of all things magical. Unfortunately, they tend to not want to let power out of their control. For that reason, our resources are nowhere near what they should be. She grins. With exceptions. We're supposed to be training mages here, yet the Triad won't let us have the books to teach spells from. She grins mischievously. However, we managed to sneak a few things past them. We need those tomes, after all. Tomes. Mazumdar thinks, and then slowly shakes her head. I'm sorry, but it's too much of a risk to say more. If certain things were known, it would cause us great trouble. Fort Emergence. Alright, there we go. This fort is still painfully understaffed. However, if we have our way, it will soon be a great center of magical power. That is if the Triad allows it. The 3 greatest mages? Are they, though? Yeah, okay, we asked that already. Cool. Era. You meet a small bent wizard heavy with years. He is poring over a thick book, researching esoteric fields you could never begin to comprehend. Name. He looks up at you. It is clear his mind is wandering in realms far away. He croaks. I am Bera. I concern myself with doing research. If only the facilities here were adequate. Research. Devising immensely powerful spells, communicating with beings beyond your comprehension, gaining absolute power. Nothing you could possibly understand. You're probably just here to waste my time. Spells? Beings? Absolute power? Waste? Okay. He croaks angrily at you. I'm supposed to fritter away my time analyzing any evidence you may provide to determine who is responsible for the devastation on the surface. So if you have any evidence, give it to me or go away. Okay, we will go away. We haven't been to the surface yet, so we do not have evidence yet. Also, it's kind of given away a big part of the plot here that they haven't technically told us yet. Just checking everything. This room is magically kept hot and humid, and is filled with refreshing plant smell. To the north is a wide variety of flora, neatly organized and ready for careful study by the fort mages. So, the thing that they haven't technically revealed to us yet, which is, of course, fairly apparent from the name of the game, Ruined World, is that things are not going well on the surface. It's like, okay, we can finally return to the surface, and there are all kinds of different monsters up there that are basically killing everyone. So, oops. You step on the rune and something remarkable happens. The plants to the north are now surrounded with bright auras. Looking closely at them, you feel you can sense things about their health and uses. You step off the rune, and the feeling fades. Steal a book. This room is... okay, yep. That's what we knew already. We will not step onto the liquid hot magma. Offices of Magery. Violators will be towed. Thank you. Not toad, but toad. This chamber is thick with the raw stink of animal feed and fresh dung. There are cells ringing the room, several of which hold strange creatures from the surface world. They must be here for study. Alright, Eva. This young mage's robes were probably clean this morning. Now they have bits of fur and tiny clumps of dung on them. She curtsies, self-consciously brushing fur and such off her robe as she does so. I'm Eva. Job. I'm here to research the flora and fauna of the surface world. We magically summon samples from the surface world, examine them in their cells, and teleport them back up. So, much like aliens. It's like, we abduct them, experiment on them, and then send them back, and hope they don't tell anyone too much. Flora, you know, plants. If there's anything you found of interest, ask me about it. I may know something. Okay, back. Job. Cells. If there's some... Please don't let them out. Okay, got it. Yes. Fauna. You know, animals. Okay, yep. We haven't found anything interesting. No. We do not want to pull the lever and let everything out. There's a wolf in there. That would be bad for us. Some people are opening doors somewhere. Habeker. You meet a portly bearded man in nondescript robes. He looks bored. Oh, hello, I'm Habeker. Can I help you? Apparently we can't help. Well, I was hired to research for the fort, which is why I'm so bored. I came here to study things from the surface world. However, they won't let me up there to study, so I spend my time down here wandering back and forth. Up there. Surface. All the things to explore. All the amazing creatures we've forgotten about and need to rediscover. I hear they have a thing called a bird. Can you even imagine? A bird. It flies, or breathes fire, or something. We'll never know for sure until I can get to the surface. Ah, yes. Wait until he finds out that birds aren't real. Okay, so same thing about barracks. Right. Where is that room? Alright, so the side storeroom. Okay. I think we need to go north. Actually, let's go just talk to the dude like we're supposed to. Primary supply depot. Alright, and it said that the stuff in this supply room. Auxiliary supply room. This is all for me. There's a small storeroom here, off the side of the main storeroom. You find a note on the door. Please reserve items inside for surface exploration team. You would guess that this means you. Okay, so you get the shield and the studded armor. No, you get the shield and the chainmail. You get the studded armor. Our third person gets the bow and arrows. Our first person gets the broadsword. Each character can only carry so many stones worth of stuff, and you are trying to pick up too much. Increasing a character's strength increases the weight you can carry. Thank you. Alright, he can't carry that right now, which is fine. Okay, so we need to do some inventory shuffling. Alright. You switch the shield, and the chainmail, and the helm. And you will give the pants to someone else. You will also put on pants. Let's look at this book. Reading a book. Surface Flora and Fauna by Ava of the Tower of Magi. Many are the wonders of nature available on the surface of the world. Our long exile has made us forget the beauty that is our birthright, but little by little we begin to remember. Although the Empire did its best to cleanse the surface of anything wild or dangerous, and were, as far as we know, successful, many bizarre and fascinating creatures, such as birds and clams and bushes, still exist and thrive. Drop. Give the buckler to them. And give the shirt to the next person down the line. This is going to be a hand-me-down system. Alright, you wear the armor, you wear the helm. Oh, you already have a helm. You have a spear, so you can't wear a shield. Give these to the next person down the line. And put on pants. Alright, you have a bow and arrows. You now have a helm as well. You also put on a shirt. And you'll give the crude buckler to the next one down the line. Alright, they already have bronze knives and crude bucklers, but you get to put on a hat. And a shirt. Oh, nope. No shirt. Robes. Oh, you don't have robes. You also don't have robes. Okay. Next, you get to wear a shirt. Not everyone gets pants. Alright. Now that we have gotten our basic equipment done, we can move forward. You meet a small, heavy-set woman with a friendly attitude and radiant smile. She wears long, well-cared-for robes. Name. She shakes your hands. I'm Marion. Hi there. Job. Well, let's see. I was doing research in Motrax's cave, but everything up here seemed more important, so I came to Fort Emergence to help out. Alright, Motrax. She grows sad. Yes, poor old Motrax. There were 5 dragons in exile, and Motrax was the oldest and kindest. In the Empire War, a band of those bastards tried to slay him. The wounds he received killed him after a long illness. After that, the place had too many sad memories for us. I mean, me and the captain over there. Captain Coe. He's somewhere around here. He's, shall we say, rather good friend of mine. Friend? Presumably significant other? Fort Emergence? Alright. It takes a lot of time and work to bring people up from the underworld, and it's frighteningly being so close to the Empire. That's why we're so short-handed now, and why it's so important to have volunteers come. Alright. Chief Administrative Officers. These chambers are a lot nicer and more carefully built than the other areas you've seen. This is probably where the high-ranking officials and other big muckety-mucks will hang out. Someday, this room will be the office of some high-up exile bureaucrat. Right now, it's being used to store office supplies. Same message. Yep. Flanagan. You meet a burly man with a lot of hair and a lot of gut. He looks you up and down as you approach. Name. I'm Flanagan, with unspecified services. Pleased to meet you. You know, everyone who works for Exile but doesn't have a specific pigeonhole. Unspecified. Sort of an investigating agent. Investigating. Well, I'm too big and loud to be much of a spy, so I wait here. Then when something goes wrong or gets weird, I'll go look it over and figure out what's going wrong. He taps his head. I got more up here than you might think. Spy. Wrong. Weird. Okay. The bookshelves contain mainly records of troop movements, supplying inventories, and other really boring stuff. On one of the shelves, however, you notice something that looks like a map. Take it. Goblin/bandit map. Note at the bottom of the map. There are both goblin and bandit infestations near Fort Emergence. Both are only considered Class 2 threats. Deal with when convenient? Perhaps expendable adventurers? You pass through the door. Okay, wait. Why does it go off screen? You pass through the door and find yourself in a small, dimly lit office. It is filled with stacks of papers, maps, plans, scraps covered with notes, and the like. It also contains many plates and mugs, all in need of washing. In addition to all the other clutter, you find a small, ratty man, clothes and hair in disarray, twitching with nervous energy. When you enter, he leaps up and rushes over to greet you. Greetings, my friends! I'm so glad you're finally here. I am Anaximander. As Commander Johnson commands the military half of the fort, I run the somewhat, more covert operations. He speaks very, very fast. I will be the person you report to and get further instructions from during your explorations of the surface world. When you do something, come to me. When you don't do something, come to me. When you're just plain confused, come to me. He leaps back over his seat and sorts through papers, looking for something. He can't find it. Damnation, I have somewhere a map of the nearby goblin outpost. There's a bandit lair too in the caves. We thought we'd want to get to We thought you might want to go there to learn to work as a team and pick up some loot before exploring the surface. There's a map to there around here somewhere. Search a bit. Then when you're warmed up and ready to explore the surface, come back here. I have more instructions. He nods, flashes you a disturbingly broad grin, and goes back to his notes. I will note, it is surprisingly difficult to speak quickly while also attempting to read quickly at the same time. Alright, so, An ex-commander looks up from his desk. Don't forget, the sooner you go out onto the surface and see what's going on, the better. All Exile waits to see whether it is safe to emerge or not. By the way, if you ever have excess items that need storage, leave them in the small storeroom where you found your supplies, or in your quarters to the northeast. I'll make sure nobody disturbs them. So we already found the map he was talking about. So, time to go see about that exploit or sequence break that I was hoping to do. I do not remember the exact process of getting there. 40 merchants, authorized personnel only. Understood. So here we are in Exile. You can tell that we're in Exile and not the surface world because it's all like mushrooms and everything. You stand on a large stone bridge, built to carry troops and supplies across the river to Fort Emergence. Soon an army will cross here, in hopes of carving out area for the exiles on the surface of the world. To the north, you see a huge open cavern, dotted with recently built towns and settlements, populated with exiles recently teleported from far below. To the west is the Portal Keep, where everyone up here, including you, arrived. You have just entered combat mode. To start using a weapon, click on that weapon's name. Your character will now move one at a time. To attack a bad guy, walk into it. For more information on combat mechanics, type ? When fighting early in the game, when you're still weak, rely heavily on magical spells. Make sure you have a character with mage spells skill of 3. When melee people won't be strong for a while, hit end button to leave combat. Okay, so we have goblins, we have wolves. Fire. Hooray. Wait. Okay. Is it fire? S for shoot, not F for fire. Mage spell. Wearing armor with total encumbrance of more than 1 spoils any mage spells you try to cast in combat. High defense skill sometimes prevents this from happening, but will only go so far. If any single item has encumbrance rating higher than 2, spells will always fail. What do I have on her that's encumbering? To cast a spell, first click on the number of the person to cast, the upper left, then click on the button by the spell to cast. Hit space to see other spells. Finally, if it's a spell cast on a party member, click on the correct target button. Shortcut. Alright. So, this is a big difference from Avernum. Avernum has a much more streamlined spellcasting system, and things are much different. We're going to cast Fireball. They're going to do nothing. You're going to shoot a dude. You're going to take off the helm. Then cast the Fireball. You will cast Flame Bolt. Actually, we have been streaming for 1 hour now, so it is time for our hourly health and wellness break, wherein we simply stop playing the game for 3 minutes, and we go AFK, and we grab a drink, we grab a snack, stand up, stretch, and all those other things that are just good for us to do. So I'll see you in 3 minutes. Please join me in taking a break. All right, welcome back. So, this ad break brought to you, or this health and wellness program brought to you by Twitch. Why brought to you by Twitch? Because Twitch does this thing where they're like, if you don't run at least 3 minutes of ads per hour, we're going to dump ads on anyone who even thinks about looking at your stream. It's just like, oh, okay, fine. Ugh. Do it. Spark. So, we take that opportunity to be like, you know what? I'm fine with taking a 3-minute break just to, like, not stare at screens for just a moment. You're a priest, right? Alright, you'll cast a priest spell. You will cast... You see all these ones that are, like, that don't have the red dot on them, that have, like, the black dot? That means I don't know that spell. So some spells you know automatically just by having enough levels. Like, he has 7 levels in priest skill. He can learn all of these. But you don't automatically know them, you gotta find them by adventuring. So we're just gonna have him not do anything. Oops. Mage. Only one guy left, so we'll cast Flame instead of Fireball. Mage spell. Flame. Alright. Yay, food. Alright. We won! And now we can look at our party. So we can see that as far as experience goes, this is not a shared experience system. This is a whoever gets the kills gets the experience system. So you can see that experience, we got 8. He got 8, 23, 38, 26, and 8. So as you can see, there is some shared experience. Like, everyone who didn't kill something got 8 experience. But the one who got the most kills, 38 experience. So this is why, even though it gave us that tooltip that's like, hey, rely on magic early, your fighters won't be strong for a while. It's just like, well, you're going to make it hard for the fighters to get strong when all the kills are going to the magic users. Alright, Portal Keep to the west, Grika to the north. What I need for my exploit, or my sequence break, I should say, you see a nearby Venati hunting party bearing wicked, wavy swords. They move effortlessly among the stalagmites. It looks like they have some sort of prey trapped in a depression in the cave floor. Oh yes, thank you. It's good to be back. One of them sees you watching and catch you around next time? Yeah, if you want to be... Of course, you can click the follow stuff if you want to stop around next time. We're still going to be in 97 for this week, and then, of course, we're going all the way up to modern day as the year goes on. Also, I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but I was surprised that you recognized Mixed Up Mother Goose. So, that's a little bit of a more rare one, so I wasn't expecting people to recognize it. But, good on you for that. But yes. Do we go over and help? Yes, we do go over and help. Cheers. Yep. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. Wait. Let's look. So I do want to make sure I get killing blows, if at all possible. Oh, yeah. Just because, well, killing blows means more experience. Fireball. Fireball. Okay. Wait. It was at 1 health. Okay, cool. Oh. Mage. More fireballs. Mage. Fireball. Priest. Light, curse, wound. Damage increases with your level. Okay. The Venati treat their wounds and approach you. We give you thanks. The Chitrach are an old and bad foe to many of we. After taking a few trophies, they depart. Okay. And we continue our search for a boat. The ever-present green glowing fungus on the cave ceiling above is unusually bright here, making the nearby terrain quite visible. The view of the mushrooms to the north and clear blue lake beyond is very pretty. As you admire the view, your knowledge of cave lore enables you to spot a rough trail leading through the mushrooms to the north. It hasn't been traveled in quite some time, and this is why we wanted at least one character with cave lore. It keeps looking like I'm looking off to the side when I am looking straight on. So we adjust the camera a bit, even though now I'm off center. Good enough. You carefully search for this mushroom field pays off. In a small crevasse, you find a cache which has been sitting here for quite some time. The food is rotten, but there's a sack of copper coins and a quiver full of still usable arrows to be taken. You rapidly loot the cache and find a small pouch of gold in addition to the arrows. As you leave, however, you see a band of humans approaching. They don't look pleased that someone has found their old supply cache. You just said there'd been no one here in a while. Okay, let's look at their positioning. Alright. Shoot. Who are we shooting? Cast Fireball! Oh, that's enough to kill one. Cast Fireball! And I'm grouping my people up, so they're probably going to hit me with Fireball. Holy Scourge? No. I guess we cast Wound on the mage. Out of range. Cast Minor Haste. Right, wait. Cast Fireball. We could hit these 4, or we could hit the mage and the archer. I think we're going for the 4. I think we're still going for the 4. Well, okay. 3 now. We will cast Wound. Oh, I guess. Ooh. Okay, can we shoot the caster? Ooh. One of your characters has just been slowed/hasted. A slowed PC loses 1 out of every 2 turns of combat. A hasted PC gets twice the action points in combat. Both effects wear off fairly quickly. Alright, can we finish it off? No. Alright, we'll continue to cast Fireball. Alright, level up. You, as a priest, you are going to cast Cure Heal.
On who?
A little on who?
On who?
Okay. Magic. Flame. Flame. Because of course the mage has like fire resistance. Got him. Okay, now we can just continue cleaning up these. Cast a flame on things. There's one archer left, I think. There we go. So if there are still enemies around and you try to loot, you're only going to get what's right next to that character. But if everything's already dead, you get everything on the battlefield. So let's move some stuff around, shall we? No. Give that to them, all of it, yes. We're going to give these to Michael. We're going to look. Total encumbrance 5. What does that mean? Well, he has edged weapon proficiency. And they have polearm proficiency. Oh, that's right. He's moving slower because he has heavy armor on, and he doesn't have enough armor skill. He only has 4. He has 4 defense skill. Who leveled up, by the way? Ah, our Gish. He's almost out of spell points, though. Why do you have such a big penalty to hit? Is it because of the chainmail? It is because of the chainmail and the encumbrance. What if we take off the shield? Well, now he gets much better chance to hit. But it's just, it's not wearing armor anymore. But you got a leather baldric. We'll give him the leather. If he's, like, too slowed down by chainmail. We'll give him the leather, and we got this broadsword that we can give to him. We shouldn't have our frontline fighter PC carrying too much. Okay, fine. Give this to them. Broadsword to them. Yes. Alright, now let's take a look. What do you mean weapon? Oh, weapon 2 not identified. Yes, of course. If I recall correctly, the what? I lost my train of thought. It's fine. But we did give him ambidextrous, right? Yeah, okay. But if I recall correctly, identifying things can be relatively expensive. Love the fanfare. There's food stuff. Cool. There's a Nephilim sitting behind the counter, chopping mushrooms. This is not too unusual. Some Nephilim have made peace with humans and taken to living among them. A few, but not many. Its tail twitches happily and it graces you with a toothy grin. My name is Welcome to my shop. Purrs excitedly. I make all types of foodstuffs for my good human buyers. You can purchase all of them that you want and be assured of their edibleness. Okay, so we can buy food. Food is something that you need in order to rest when you're on the surface. If you do not carry food with you, you start taking damage, and it's bad, and you will eventually die. Phoenix Inn. Vacancy. Nance. There is a gentle-looking blonde woman with a kind face sitting at the table. She is sharpening a small knife. She smiles at you as you approach. Can't ask about the knife. Nance? Oh, I mainly help Elspeth run her shop. Not what I'd choose as a path, but there you go. Choose? A dark look passes over her face. I cared for horses when we lived on the surface. When the Empire exiled us, it took away my entire life's work. That is one of my many reasons I want to return to the surface. All of us were sent to live in pits because of who we were, because we refused to fit in, to conform, to submit to unjust standards. Nance's normally gentle face has a steely, determined expression. Every day we live here is an injustice we will all gladly face death to fight. Death. She looks a little embarrassed. I've been told I have a bit of a tendency to go on and speechify. Then she grins. But it's fun, so I'm not going to stop. Elspeth. Have you met Elspeth? She grins. She runs the best smithy in Upper Exile, if not Exile. She holds up the knife she's sharpening. It's not quite my area, but it keeps me busy until we can reach the surface. Also of note, if you hadn't caught it from this, being gay, straight to exile. Anyone who is just not normal enough, anyone who is, dabbles in magic of the wrong kind, or, thinks a little that the government should do things at all different than how they're doing things, or is just different socially or doesn't fit in, and this includes being gay or any sort of alternative thing. Nope, straight to jail. Straight to ultra like miles of caves under the ground. Ultra jail of no escape for you. For life. Which are like, The Empire is not a great place. The bar is being tended by a thin man with short black hair, a twitchy demeanor, and a lopsided smile. He wears the traditional sash used in exile to mark a mayor. We pick a new mayor every year. That's the person who takes time off building this new beautiful city to carry out tedious administrative tasks. Pushing papers, organizing things, meetings, endless hell. And worst of all, I occasionally have to press gang some hapless adventurers to go on some mission or other. To the southwest, somewhere is a big ice pudding, which has been eating some people traveling up this way. As I'm mayor, I really should do something about this thing. Kill the thing and I'll pay you well. Job. Well, I'm the mayor for now, painful but necessary, but I also run the Phoenix, which is a bit more satisfying. The Phoenix, because this Katra raises from the ashes of the earlier Katra. I do all the standard inn things. We have an excellent room for only 10 gold, and a round of beer is only 2. Get me some beer. Buy some mushroom beer. It tastes awful, but in a pleasant way. Let me just check that the jobs button actually lists that. Alright, you've just brought up the list of your special items. Each has an info button. Some, such as maps, have a use button to activate them. Others, such as keys, are used automatically when you can use them, such as when you find the correct door. Alright, so we have special items, map of Prison Province, a map of Upper Exile, and current jobs does not show the quest that we just got. So, we want to get a boat, and we want to go here, because there's a secret thing on the backside of that town. So it's time to try to find a boat. We will leave. Comfrey route. Okay. This park dedicated to all those lost in the destruction of the original Katra. You will always be remembered. Oh, okay. Accidentally stepped out of town. I'm looking for secret passages by running my face into the wall. Elspeth's Ironworks. There's a nice rainbow design around the edge of the sign. If the earlier hints weren't enough. Elspeth. You meet a small, intense woman in short hair and black leather. Oh, sorry. Several vicious iron blades hang from her belt, and a proud expression graces her face. She greets you with a sharp nod of her head. I am Elspeth. Welcome to my shop. Well, I run this shop with Nance. I make the best iron weapons you're likely to find, and you can purchase them if you've got the gold. You can also sell me other stuff. I'm sure I can unload it on somebody. Nance and I have been through a lot since the Empire sent us down. We just weren't approved of, if you know what I mean. Then we got separated. We were living in Katra when the Empire War hit. They blasted our town apart. We were lucky to escape, but got separated. We didn't find each other for months. Then we heard about this settlement near the surface, and there was no way we could stay away. Alright. So, interesting to note about selling in this game. People will only buy stuff that they're, knowledgeable in. She's a blacksmith. She's only going to buy weapons. If I look at the herbs that I just... Oh, never mind. I take it back. She apparently buys everything. But depending on the shop, some of them will only buy stuff that is related to their specific thing. Like an alchemist won't buy your spare weapons, and a weapon shop won't buy your spare herbs, and stuff like that. Appraises? Alright, so you can't identify. Buy. Alright, so right now we have a bronze knife, which is damage 4, bonus 1. So it's 1d4 plus 1, whereas I could buy like an iron broadsword, which is 1d6 plus 2. Unfortunately, as you can see, these things, even the quote-unquote weaker ones, cost like 200 something gold, and I only have 500 something total. So we're gonna leave that alone for now. Miles Alchemy. There is a young man with dark hair and a neatly trimmed beard behind the counter. His fingers are permanently stained from years and years of working with herbs and mixing concoctions. Points to the bookshelves. Each of those scrolls contains a recipe I have mastered. Every plant in these caves I have turned into a wondrous concoction of some sort. I place all of my knowledge at your disposal. Knowledge. I make potions of all sorts and let you obtain them for a price. Let me know if you want to purchase some of them. Alright, so we've got healing potions and all. Again, cost like 60 for a weak healing potion, and I don't have a lot of space, so we're gonna leave. Where else haven't we gone? Haven't gone to the southwest. What's down here? Looks like private residence is what's down here. Garbage. I forget how I'm supposed to get a boat. Maybe I should head to Gurkha just in case. Oh, there's one. Not your boat. Whose boat is it? Good. This man is intensely unappealing. He has bushy whiskers, a distracting personal odor, and wart moss stains on his shirt. Wart moss is chewed, much like tobacco. He fixes a beady eye on you as you approach. What's your job? He hawks and spits. I sails the lake. Excellent. That's just what we wanted. Yep, cave fish are good eating. Sell plenty of them. See some interesting sights too. Real interesting sights. That's for darn sure. Lots of peculiar goings on out there. Lots of stuff to see if maybe you got a boat. Boat. He hawks and spits. Twice. Then he looks at you sharply. Interesting you should mention it. Sometimes I got an old boat I needs to unload. It might be in, well, let's just purchase it. A bargain at 500 gold. Bit steep, I know, but hey, I'm the only guy with boats. The boat's around here somewhere. Help yourself. Alright. This is why we didn't spend our money. Because I figured I needed it for something, and we needed it to get a boat. And you might think, wow, that was super expensive. You could have bought 2 weapons for the amount that you got that boat for. But so, interestingly enough, you might have noticed that I could move diagonally before. You can't move diagonally on a boat. Why? Who knows? Okay, so we enter this town here. This bizarre, bulbous building is clearly of Venata construction. A stone looks not so much cut or shaped as grown. The walls are round, smooth bubbles of rock, with eerie, silent passages leading into it. One of your characters has just been poisoned. These characters will take damage every few moves until the poison wears off. Several priest spells cure poison. At first, you think you might have found one of Venata's crystal souls. When you get close to it, however, you think you see words under its blue surface. Look closer? Yes. When you bend close to the crystal, odd magic runes begin scrolling rapidly up its surface. You concentrate hard on them. As they repeat, they start to make sense to you. Soon, you figure out what they're saying. You learn the spell Major Blessing. This is the sequence break I was talking about. So, one of your characters just learned a new magical spell. Before you can cast it, however, you need to get enough spell points and a mage or priest spell skill as high as the level of that spell. Okay, so priest spells. Major Blessing. Oh wait, is it mage spells? That's Major Blessing? Did I get it wrong? It is mage spells. Damn it. I didn't get her enough. I thought because it was a blessing, a buff spell, it was priest spells, but I misremembered. Now I need to level her 3 times in order to learn this, because mage skills takes 6 to learn, and you only get 5 points per level. So she needs to be level 4 before I can actually use this. Unfortunate. I tried to take advantage of something, and it went wrong. We want Cure Poison.
On who?
Oh, you know what? I'll have you cast the next one. Still Cure Poison. Oh well. So we don't get our super hacks sequence break thing. But we do get to explore a bit on our boat. Can't get to this. Caution. Swamp. This is possibly the most useless sign you've ever seen. Because it is in the back of a giant swamp. Alright, so there is a big ice pudding here that we should be fighting. That we should really just save before we start fighting. Forest of Ilgrith. Oh, serpents. Okay, we really want you to kill things. Well, I guess you'll just have to finish them off instead. There we go. Holy Scourge. Oh, Holy Scourge is not, right. Right, okay, so we talked to the mayor. The mayor had said it is to the southwest that there's this ice pudding. Okay. Let's go talk to him again, because I guess I forgot how to navigate. Ask about pudding. Ask about mission. To the southwest somewhere. Okay. So it is to the southwest. I wanted to talk to the lady in pink, but she's apparently just random NPC and doesn't talk to us. I think this is it. At the end of this passage is what looks like the crude lair of some beast. It's a pile of rocks, but oddly, there's no entry hole. Also, it's covered in frost, which is strange indeed. Approach it? Yes. Encounter! You prod at the crude warren, ice flaking off the stones as you poke at them with a sword. Suddenly, white glue starts bubbling through the cracks in the lair. As the air becomes intensely cold, the goo starts to form into one gigantic blob. A massive slime flows over the rock towards you. The air gets colder and colder and closer, and it approaches, until your noses and ears start to sting. The creature is totally silent and implacably deadly. You wonder if retreat might be wise. Not that I can retreat. Wait. Shoot it! Alright, where is it? Mage. Let's not cast Fireball, let's just cast Flame. There's only one of them. Needs to be closer, so we move one closer. If I remember correctly, puddings, just inherently as part of their existence, create ice walls around themselves, which means you take frost damage just by standing next to it, or standing anywhere that it has recently moved. So that is a thing to consider. Alright. Yeah, see the little dots? Those are ice walls. It hurts to move into them. You know, I said that it's like, oh, if I remember correctly, archery isn't very good. Apparently I'm just wrong. He's doing lots of damage. After much hacking and chopping, all the bits of the creature stopped moving. Victory is yours. You can only hope people appreciate your ridding the cave of this beast. Time to go collect your reward. Also, you might note here that it says day 2. There is a time limit in this game, kind of. So, because, as I said, there are like monster plagues attacking the surface, if you wait too long, they start destroying the cities. Like, there are actual consequences. There are also certain events, like there's a major thing that happens on day 150. But, yes. Mayor. You tell Crisper how you slew the ice pudding. Well done. Thanks for taking care of that. He counts you out a generous stack of silver coins. Now get out there and kill other bad things. Excellent. So, now we're going to leave. And we're going to go to that other place. We'll take a boat. But as we saw in the initial... You know what? I'll leave this boat someplace I can find it. Right by the city. But they said that there are bandits and goblins, so we're going to fight us some bandits and goblins. I cast Fireball. Is it inefficient at the moment? Maybe. But, you know, there's 4 of them. 4 is pretty close. More fireballs. I might be thinking it's just like... This doesn't seem like it's that big a downside to using magic. You're not running out of spell points or anything. And in the overworld, you would be correct. It's not really a big deal. Because most of the time, there's enough time between, let's say, I'm not sure if I want to call it attacks, time between battles that you end up with, well, you get your spell points back slowly over time. But once you're inside a dungeon, you no longer get that benefit anymore. So... it becomes a problem. How close are people to leveling? One person already leveled up. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. Like, those are both at half. You're a little closer. You're somewhat close. You are almost level 3. And you are very far away. You've killed nothing. Oh, we got all kinds of guys back to back. That might make things more difficult. Alright, we want the other person to level up faster, so we're going to give her second fireball. In hopes that the first one doesn't kill them, but just weakens them. Or... it's just another day of our 5th party member is just going to be level 3 when other people are only halfway to level 2. Wait. Fireball. Wait. Excellent. Oh, there's still more. There we go. Done. Alright, so let's see if these Nephilim are hostile. They are! Oh, and they have a shaman with them. Fireball. Where's the shaman? A bit far back. Oh, I should have done this set. That's okay, we'll have you do that set because one of the other ones died. We still want to hit 3. Gotta get some efficient fireballing in. Okay then. So, they cast Fireball. Now, you might notice that my people didn't die. They got set to 0 health. So, this is a thing that happens in this game, where
On who?
you don't die in one hit. You pretty much can't die in one hit, if I recall correctly. Because getting hit for tons of damage only knocks you down to 0 health. Now, can you die in one round? Yes, absolutely, because there are things that will just hit you multiple times. And then it's like, well, you're dead in one round because they hit you twice. The first one knocked you down to 0 health, and the second one killed you. Cast Smite, took 20. So the game does have a sort of like attack of opportunity system to it, where you might have noticed that when the first round of guys walked up to my front line, they took damage. You might be wondering, well, why did they take damage just for walking up? And the answer is, because they walked up, and because I had used my turn to stand ready, which is to basically ready an action to actually, well, to attack anything that walks next to me. Cast Minor Haste, eh? You're down to 1 spell point, which means you can cast Spark. Will it do anything? 2 damage, which is not enough. How about Flame? And of course, the one with the most XP is the one that gets the final blow. Alright, so we're low on health, we're low on mana, so we're going to hit the R button for rest. It'll take time, and it'll take food. There we go. Full heal. Now, what we should do is go to town and see if there's anyone here who can train me. Because getting a level up doesn't actually do anything until you actually take the level up. You reach the entry hall of Gikra. Gikra is not so much a town as a diplomatic settlement, where your Venati allies keep in touch with the people of Exile. It is disturbingly silent. There is an unsettling lack of guards. The entry hall is decorated in the Venati style. Statues and pools arranged in a way that seems random to you but has great aesthetic value to them. Round passages lead off into the shadows. You meet a Venati child. She looks up at you with great curiosity. Name. My name is Kjar. She can speak your tongue, but slow and haltingly. I am of learning and traveling. Learning. I am mastering with my mastering one, Takora Tel. He learns me of magic. He learns me on my magic and alchemy. Alchemy. Yes, we learning alchemy before magic. All of us learning so. I know much good recipe. Takora Tel say I may teach to earn money if I can. I am aged enough to do so, like purchasing. So we can learn, if I had trained anyone in alchemy, you need to learn recipes in order to make potions. We could buy recipes to make potions. Ohar. This Venati is tall and spindly even by Venati standards, over 7 feet tall and twig thin. He sits in front of the fire pit, carefully polishing an amazingly sharp wave blade. Welcome, it is a pleasure to meet humans at last. I am Ohar. I craft weaponry. Our blades are very different from yours, and yet made under very same principles. Principles? You have melee weapons, like we have melee weapons, like you, our wave blade. We have missiles, like you, our razor discs. Though not the variety I grant. Variety? You humans have such a bewildering array of deadly weapons. We are in wonder that you can keep them straight.
Much effort goes into each of our weapons, many hours of crafting and perfecting. Unlike many of us, however, I am eager to display our skill to you humans. Skill. He presents several recently crafted wave blades and neatly wrapped stacks of razor discs. If you wish to purchase any of my work, let me know. That is cheaper than I expected them to be honest. Because all of the Venati weapons tend to be, like, culturally significant to them. Like, they're all, like, masterwork pieces of art. Yes, prices here are exorbitant. Which is in keeping with, as I said, they are very proud of their weapons because they are all, like, unique works of art. Koroba. You meet a Venati male wearing the translucent, softly glowing poncho that is the standard dress for their race. He is carving a gentle spiral of crystal with a small, elegant knife. He looks from his crystal. You think he's smiling, but you aren't sure. I am called Koriba. I shape crystals. They are having many uses. Like most Venati, his grasp of your tongue is very poor. Well, do we speak their tongue? No? Okay then. Crystals. He holds up the spiral he was working. It catches the dim light and sparkles beautifully. Is there ever anything so lovely, so orderly? Okay. Yeah, and he teaches us spells. Those are very powerful spells if you get them right, but they are difficult to get right. Because what they do is, you need to cast Capture Soul on something, and then it's basically, it lets you summon an enemy, but first you need to fight that enemy and capture its soul, and then you can bring forth copies of it in the future. Which means, if you want something strong, you have to go find something strong to fight, and then you need to be able to land a spell on it. So, it's tricky to use. Completely broken if you get something like a Doom Guard or something like that. Every hair on your body stands up as you approach the chamber to the east. It is clearly a magical laboratory, but alarming in its fairness. There are no tables, no notes, no arrangements of vials, or clutter. There are only 2 cases at the west wall, and an enormous pattern of glowing runes, etched 10 feet high in the tile of the floor. Above the center of the pattern of the air warps and shimmers, like it does above a fire. Rentar Irno. You stand, edgily, before the most powerful of the Venati, the Archmage Rentar Irno. She was Exile's greatest help in winning the Empire War. She looks at you curiously. She sighs, resigned to waste time talking to you. I am Irno to my people, and mistress of Gekra. I do my research and protect our treasures. Irno. Irno is an honorary title. It means person of great learning. It is appropriate that I should bear it, as I am the most magically talented of my people. Magical. Great are my powers. She gets a peculiar expression on her face. It's difficult enough to telling how a Venati is feeling under normal circumstances. Sometimes it's simply impossible. The moment passes, however. She simply says, do not trifle with us. Right, back to the beginning. Research. That I prefer not speaking of. Okay. Treasures. Our crystal souls, the spirits of our ancestors in physical form, and even more powerful and knowledgeable than myself. I hope to be one myself. Alas, others convert them. We have 2 of them here and guard them totally. However, we do allow some to visit them. So this was the main plot line of the second Exile game, which is Exile II Crystal Souls, which is that the Empire stole some of these Crystal Souls. And basically, when someone steals your quasi-deity ancestor worship people, you tend to not take kindly to it. It is why the Venati are allied with Exile to fight the Empire, because the Empire pissed them off. A large part of the plot of 2 is that you have to convince them that it's like, no, we didn't take them. Humanity as a whole is not one faction. Please do not kill us just because the Empire did a bad. They do a lot of bad. And so you have to like go and get the Crystal Souls back. At least one has been mind broken by all the like experiments they were doing on it, which, if someone steals your ancestor's soul and torments it until it comes back like as a broken thing, culturally you're not going to appreciate that. So yeah. We do allow some to visit them. She looks uncomfortable. They have said they wish to see humans who visit. I dislike letting humans near them, but their wishes are paramount. She makes a few hand motions. You may now pass the barriers that keep you from them. Thank you. Holding pen. Have caution. Maybe not. We will leave. We'll not try to pick the door. Rentar Irno, like the most magically powerful of their race of magically powerful people, is stronger than a level 1 adventurer party. Hall of Crystal Souls. Hooray! This chamber is so solemn and energy-filled, it makes the rest of Gekra seem mundane in comparison. To the north is a smooth, deep blue pool, undisturbed by the intense flames floating on its surface. On the other side of the pool are 2 heavy stone platforms, constructed by the Venate to serve as homes of 2 of their leaders and greatest treasures, the Crystal Souls. You strongly feel you should watch your step. Yeah, let's do that. Vivnus Bok. This is a perfectly flawless blue crystal, about 2 feet high. As you approach it, your head begins to hurt. You feel pressure inside your skull. It's as if someone just pushed their way in. A harsh voice in your mind says, "Speak." I am here. Here! The rough presence in your mind is getting very uncomfortable. Here. Unexpectedly, the voice in your head calms. Apologies. I am still recovering from my imprisonment. Yes, the imprisonment. I must not mention, tested on me, twisting my thoughts on myself, to get me to break to serve them! The volume of its voice is agonizing. Mercifully, it calms down. Now, I lend my paranoia to my people. Strangely, that must sound, but I am my people's fear. They must share their caves and their scarce resources with you humans and others, and the bad people are on the surface above us all. I am their constant reminder. I am reminded what some want to do to us. What they do to me! Me! What can always happen! You back away under the force of this poor mad being's thoughts. We are strong, but weak. Everyone must guard everyone from everyone. It pauses. Now I am tired. Leave me. Humans are often bad. Then there is silence. I should probably go back on the VOD and see how well my mic handles me suddenly screaming. We are, actually. Now, it feels like we haven't gone anywhere yet, but this is one of those games that takes a lot of time and it kind of sucks you into it. So, we are on hour 2 of our stream, which means it is time for Twitch to bother me to run ads again, which is fine because we take this opportunity to say, you know what? We've been staring at a computer screen and into lights for, 2 hours. Maybe we should take a break, step away, refill our drink, just not stare at screens for a couple minutes, stretch our legs so we don't get blood clots, and just take better care of ourselves in general. So we're going to take this sort of ad break thing, and we're going to use it as an opportunity to take better care of ourselves. So I hope you'll join me in taking a break. We'll be gone for about 3 minutes. You won't miss anything. We'll come back right where we left off and continue in Exile. This button. Yes. That button. That button.
Alrighty, we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. I had a productive break, because on our first break, after the first hour of stream, we started a load of laundry, and now we moved it to the dryer. So by the time stream is over, I will have not only streamed, but I'll have clean laundry. So that's good for us. So now we have to talk to the second crystal soul, who is not the paranoia of his people, and will hopefully not do any more yelling. This is Glantrisbach. You approach a large, perfectly flawless blue crystal, about 1.5 feet high. As you do, you feel peculiar, as if someone other than you is inside your head. You hear a gentle voice in your mind. Greetings. The smooth voice in your head continues. I am Glantrisbach. I am a crystal soul. I lived in physical form 1,200 years ago. Then, at the point of death, I was shifted into this form to exist for millennia more in service. To help my people, to learn and remember and advise. Often my people come to me for advice on what to do. I always give it. They do not always take it, but usually they do. This is why I told Rentar Irno to let me see you. There is information I wish to impart to you. The voice in your head gets quiet so that you have to struggle to make it out. When you reach the surface and deal with the Empire, as it is today, remember Ouroboros. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce that? Like the world serpent. Ouroboros was the snake of legend that was so mighty it encircled the world and ate its own tail. It was all-powerful and yet devoured itself. As you see the surface, remember that image. That is all I have to say on the subject. The voice in your head fades away. The presence is gone. Okay then. Yes, we read that before. We did not find a trainer here, so we will go back to the fort. Okay. Mage. Fireball. Only 2. But it kills both. Okay. Hooray! Level up. We want you to level up more. Excellent. We are doing a lot more damage now. Maybe the level ups do take effect, but I just don't get my skill points. Yeah, because I think I got more base health when I leveled. You can cast Wound. You cast Flame. Okay, you also cast Flame. You're the worst person to get this, but... Okay, alright. Maybe the Wound? Excellent. Cool. That was also like 100 gold. That's going to help us a lot when we have to go train people. We will not have enough gold to train, by the way. We're just going to have to pick and choose who we level up. Well, I guess they're already leveled up, but, you know. Who gets the skills. Now, let's see. The trainer is up here.
Come back here. Job. Train. You. Yeah, you only have 5 skill points, so you can't get more mage spells. That's fine. You have 10, but you're further away on the mage spells, so probably not worth training you right now? Question mark? Might as well. You haven't leveled yet. You... I guess we want more defense skill and strength. Because we tried to wear heavy armor, and then we couldn't move anymore. And you... Dex. And we'll reserve the rest of the points for later. Wait. Were we getting trained for free? Oh no, there it is. Why does this still say 600 something gold then? Oh, it doesn't update until I leave that screen. Interesting. I was like, wait. That should have cost me most of my gold. Why do I still have gold? And it turns out, I did not still have gold. Just the UI was behind. Alright, time to go to the goblin camp. The stench of this corridor and the bones and trash scattered everywhere make one thing quite clear. There's a goblin infestation nearby. As you wend your way through the tall stalagmites choking this tunnel, you hear someone ahead grunt something to someone else. You spring to alertness, and just in time, a band of goblins jumps out ahead and charges after you. So if we wanted to be more efficient about this, we would probably wait for them to charge forward so that we can hit as many as possible, because they'll be grouped up. But I think 5 is enough. Fireball. Don't ask questions, just fireball. Adriana is level 3. Oh, okay. That's her. Good. That's one we wanted. Not enough. We need her level 4, though. You can wait. You can cast Wound. I don't know if it'll finish it off, but... Excellent. And he gets level 2. Okay, alright, I forgot we need light sources. On the one hand, we do have magic, so we can cast the light spell. But on the other hand, we don't have unlimited spell points. Alright, we have light. No, wait, sorry. M is for magic. I wanted A from automat. Yes, that is cheese, by the way. That we entered combat, we automatically get to go first in combat, and then we exited combat and it put us far enough back that we could exit combat again and move again. I think they said that someone was poisoned. Alright. You will cast Cure Poison.
On who?
On who? There we go. Now, in dungeons like this, unlike the overworld battles where it's just completely dominated by just cast Fireball, here's where your melee fighters really come into their own because they are less resource intensive. Particularly whoever is in the front can get a lot of XP just by, you know. We are also, because I do not remember where things are. Ooh, that hurt a lot. I say they're less resource intensive and then they immediately take a bunch of damage and it's just like, well... a knife. Okay. How's our map? I wish I could hit the same button again to close it instead of having to click on an OK button, but it's fine. But yeah, I don't remember where the secret passages are, or even if there are any in this particular place. So we're going to be running into a bunch of walls to test. Lame. I probably shouldn't have her cast it, is the thing. Just based on spell points remaining. Because she's much lower than the next one. Fortunately, these areas don't respawn if I recall correctly. So we can, like, leave and come back. Also, you'll note that we are regenerating spell points in here, which is faster than I remember it happening, actually. Even from here, you can tell that goblins are living to the south. The smell is too strong for anything else to be true. Okay, that's the other place that we just were. You said goblins living to the south, but there was a singular goblin. Maybe the others had already come out to attack me. Time for Fireball. Yeah, I can only hit 2 at a time with it. It's probably a waste. Hooray! Melee Mage. Okay, lots of gold and a potion. Okay. Okay, so there could be a secret passage in this corner. No? Okay. Oh, and our light is dimming. You can cast light. You, long light. We already came from the east, so we're going to head north. The cave path slopes sharply downward here. It would be easy to climb down to the lower caves. We're going to leave it for now. We'll clear the top first. With the typical disregard for hygiene and aesthetics, the goblins have been throwing their filth, bits of rotting food, and less savory substances in here for quite some time. It's pretty gross. Just garbage. But also a snake. Food. More food. And more food. Excellent, very nice. I was already in combat with something behind me, though, so... okay. I guess we'll cast a flame on this guy. Oh, lucky me. How about a spark? Go. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need to hit the west side eventually, but for now... Obelisk. Didn't expect to run into the Tormentor here. We remember Akbug, Argav, Makdur, Grika, Korbakel, Gloved Porgal from Brigade Kosric. Alright, so it's the graveyard. No secret passages in the graveyard. Let us cast Flame. Why are they flame resistant? You cast... We don't have Smite, so I guess we just cast Wound. Okay. Cast this. Okay. Ooh, yeah, he's taking a lot from that. Let's cure that poison.
On who?
Let's cast Fireball, even though they very clearly are fire resistant. Okay. You will cast... Well, we said they're fire resistant, so I guess we cast Spark on it. Excellent. You will cure poison. This room is the least crudely constructed of anything you've seen in the Goblin Lair so far. It even has a cut stone floor. There is a polished stone altar in the middle of the room, which is unusually well made for goblin work. Long light. You stand before the crude altar, covered with rough, grim drawings and horrible rantings in the goblin tongue. Odd, you feel a very strange urge to kneel before it. We just saved. But we're gonna leave anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna screw it. We're gonna save. Pray. You utter a brief prayer or two to the goblin's dark god. Nothing happens this time. Now, what I don't know, I think, is the Sanctify spell. Yeah, Ritual Sanctify. Among other things, not only do I not know it, but it costs 50 spell points. So, we can't cast it anyway. The furs in this goblin lair are less rotten, the air less fetid, the scraps of food mildly fresher. This must be the lair of a goblin of great status. That's a ward? I cast Fireball. 1, 2, 3. Cast Fireball. Very nice. Yeah, our first person is running low on the spell points. Excellent. There we go. Stick! Okay. We'll double check for secret passages. Don't see any though. Okay. So we can now backtrack and go to the lower halls. One of your covers has just been covered with webs. This will slow the character down in combat and make his or her fighting much less effective. To clean off the webs, pause repeatedly, click on the PC, or type 5 on the keypad. We'll go around from the other side. In the west wall at waist height is a round, 2-foot wide greased chute. You could easily slide down it, but you probably wouldn't be able to climb back up again. Climb down it? No. We have found the other way down. That is not a one-way trip. Pick the lock. Need lockpick equipped. Do I have lockpicks? I do not. Fine then. I got a character with lockpicking, and I did not bring lockpicks. Mungrat. Alright, we ate. Magic. Look at the corpse. You find the pitiful remains of what was once a human being. You see on her shoulder a scrap of what looks like a uniform of the Army of Exile. It's too unpleasant to look any closer than that. Alright. So a casualty. Does anyone have lockpicks and I just forgot to give them to the right person? No. Okay. Unlock. Once more. Right lizard. So these are particularly dangerous because of what I mentioned earlier about how the game treats death. How you cannot be killed with like one big hit. Well, the problem is giant lizards attack multiple times in succession. And therefore, they're very dangerous because they like hit for 10, hit for 10, hit for 10. Whereas a hit for 30 wouldn't kill you. 3 hits for 10 when you've got 20 health? Definitely will. Alright, so we're going to actually leave, go outside, rest, so that we get our spell points and stuff back, and then come back in to do the lower half. I don't think you can rest inside these places. It's been a while, though. Maybe you can. Light spell. Don't go in here, bad bugs. Alright, so this is going to be a dangerous room because it probably has chitrotches in it, which are very strong. Fireball! I guess we do this one. Okay. Magic. Fireball. This is why we went out, so that we would have enough spell points to be aggressive with our fireballing. Fireball. How about just flame, because there's only one left. Magic. Lame. Oh, there we go. And Adriana's level 4. Excellent. Bones, 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 skulls, garbage, 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 bottle, plate, stone, knife. Well, that's not particularly enlightening or useful. There's a round hole in the east wall, 6 feet up, 2 feet in diameter, heavily slicked with grease. There's no way to work your way up it, and it's too dark and twisty to see the end of it. You've discovered a secret passage. All sorts of walls, including cave walls, can have secret passages in them. To find them, walk into the wall. Sometimes you can also move through things that aren't walls. Okay. So, but there's still a pit there that I can't get over. Okay, fine. We go down to the lower level then. Climb down. Oh, very nice. My party's already stacked, so everyone can just attack. Not that it helped a ton. Everyone just misses. Oh, another secret passage. This time, something a little easier. You stand at the entrance to a dark tunnel filled with a thick, musky smell. Bits of fur float in the air, and scratches cover the floor. You found some sort of large, rough kennel. Oh, there's another wolf there. I thought it was only going to be a 3-wolf moon, but apparently it's a 4-wolf moon. I have to change my shirt for that. Oh, there we go. Let's check everyone's levels, shall we? Things might have evened out a bit. Okay, so level 4, but just hit level 4. Level 2, and not even that close. Level 2, and not super close. Level 4, pretty far away. Level 4, reasonably close. And level 2, pretty far away. Well, the good news is no one has completely jumped ahead to be level 5. I cast Fireball. Oh, I thought that would kill 2 of them. Alright. Fireball number 2. Fire in the hole! Checking for secret passages and not finding any. Is that a stick? It is a stick. Oops. You know what I said earlier about them having an opportunity attack system? That was me being on the receiving end of it. Like, I moved away when I was standing next to them. And yes, I was deliberately trying to be like, wait a second. I should probably get my number 2 character here. A little bit of XP. Three works too. Who's our other level 2 guy? Is it the priest? It is the priest. Alright. You're at full spell points, so I don't feel like it's a waste to use some spell points for offense. Excellent. Well... Okay. That guy. Excellent. He got level 2, just like we wanted. Oh, there's a lot of wargs here. Okay, can we aim a fireball? No. How about now? No. Target space obstructed. Oh, okay. That's very bad. Oh, she doesn't have enough spell points for Fireball anymore. Okay. Wait. Mage spell. Fireball. So when I did that bad targeting where I shot it into the wall, that actually used up her spell points. That wasn't just a, oops, you targeted wrong, try again. It's a, you targeted wrong, you cast the spell and it had no effect. Which is much worse. We want flame. Okay, I thought that would kill it, but we'll follow up with a wound. Okay. We're going to cast heal on you, because you have almost no health. Okay, that's excessive, but it works. A shirt and a rock. There's a stairway up here. Climb. This chest is small and only contains one thing, a small, beautifully carved crystal figure. It is of a Venati female, or at least you think it's a female. Interesting. Okay. Climb down. Yes. So, I'm betting we talked to the crystal carver dude, that maybe was something that was stolen from him. And we just didn't talk to him enough before to get the quest to get it, but... Okay. Another light spell. Because we did not bring torches, so we have to rely on using our spell points. Which is not ideal. This setup is also not ideal. Well, it's not that bad because all of my backliners could attack at the same time. Okay, so that's a stone fence. Alright, we want to come around from the other side. Understood. We're on the wrong side. Can we get... interesting. Okay, we took a bunch of damage. It's okay, though. Why is it okay? Because I said so. Not because of any particular reason. Nor is there any particular reason to believe that we are, in fact, okay. But, you know, sometimes you just have to take a leap of faith and be like, you know what, it's okay. And when people are like, are you sure it's okay? You can be like, no, I'm not sure it's okay. But sometimes you just gotta believe that things are okay. And hope things will work out that way. Now, one thing I really wish I had right now is Light Cure All. Because everyone is slightly hurt. Alright, our two other physical damage dealers are level 3 now, which is nice. That is an assassin. So I guess we'll cast a spell on it. Not Fireball, that would just kill my people. We'll just cast Flame. And Wound. We're gonna cast a heal on you, because you have single-digit life. And you're in the front of the party, so you're most likely to get hit anyway. You stand at the entrance to a dark tunnel filled with thick, musky smell. Oh, right. The trigger goes off no matter which side you're coming from. So it's just like, hey, you know, you're entering the kennel. It's like, no, I'm actually leaving the kennel this time. Fine. We've now entered Bandit Hideout. That's right. The bandits and the goblins that have the two separate hideouts, they're in cahoots. Where are we on the map? Upper left? Okay. Wait. Fireball. And it's only 2 targets, so it's probably a waste. But also, Fireball. Okay, alright, understood. Yes, cure poison. Leave. Leave. Let's try bashing the doors, see what happens. Like most settlements in Exile, this bandit lair has a small shrine. The temple is a small, dark, sleek thing. The shrine itself is dustless and claustrophobically small. Alright, the other one doesn't have enough mana to cast Fireball. You know, that's not the guy I expected to still be alive. I expected the Acolyte to be alive, but... Oh, he had 1 health left. Dark Altar, we don't find anything. Potion. We get a short sword. We will use the candle to extend our light a little bit. We're gonna go try to kick some more doors down because we still never went back to get our thieves' tools. Yeah, we'll take some food, yeah. Take pants. We'll leave those there. And we'll leave the stick there. Okay. Seemingly useless passage. In the dim light, you see some sort of tripwire ahead. I just saved. Disarm fails. Man, I made him to have like 1 job. And he still cannot do it. What I was hoping was a switch to open these gates. If we look at our map, we really want to get out of here because we're really low on resources. Like, we don't have spell points, we don't have, and without spell points, we don't have light. So I think we're going to come down here and we're going to make our way to the goblin entrance. We do have enough spell points to do things like this. And because we don't have light, we're navigating by minimap, as our ancestors once did. And off we go. You can see that you don't need light for everywhere. Some places that you see like this have torches in them. And those are lit by the torches. Fine. So goblins are gone. Monsters nearby, that's problematic. But, as you can see, we got a partial rest off of it. So, we're good. Fireball! Because this time we waited for them to group up. Excellent. Okay, we will accidentally hit a button I didn't want to. Cure poison. Okay, we're back in. We want to cast Long Light. And we're going to go all the way this way. this time we're going to try the slide, see where that takes us. Alright, it takes us here, to this trash bin. And I still can't get over that pit, so I don't know what that secret passage is for. Oh, that didn't even bring us down to the lower levels. Okay, so we'll climb through here. Then we have to run through the kennels to get to the bandit den. I will say, I was kind of expecting to find, like, a lead goblin. Oh wait, I did find a lead goblin. It's just that it was such an unremarkable fight that it didn't really click for me that that's what it was. Right, climb. Okay, and we'll head this way now. Right, this map is really annoying to be on the screen here. You can cast Flame on that guy. I see. I cast Fireball. I also cast Fireball. I understand that there are a lot of spells in there. But why cast many spells when few spells do trick? And in this case, few spells is Fireball. Oh, that's the entrance. Or well, it's the front entrance. We're gonna see if we can't sneak around some back entrances here. The bandits have been dumping their trash in this cave, a suitable distance from where they actually live. Like all trash pits in Exile, the stuff is being slow to decompose, and the stillness of the air creates an unbearable stench. Oh no, it's viscous goo. So, the trick with viscous goo is that if you hit it and don't kill it, it splits. Okay, who got poisoned? You got poisoned. You're at full spell points, so you might as well cure it. Garbage and skulls. A lamp. And lockpicks. Alright, so the trash pit had a lamp in it. That's handy. Just checking for secret passages on our way back. Oh, and how convenient. Okay. Fireball. Uh-huh. Who leveled? Adriana, level 5. Excellent. Mage. Lame. Actually, I should have pointed out what this spell does that I got. So, this Major Blessing. When cast, the entire party is blessed, hastened, and has their weapons mildly poisoned. So, it is an incredibly powerful... Oh, I accidentally cast a light spell. It's an incredibly powerful group buff to everyone in the party. Another one? I thought I got rid of all of you. Ah, it's hour 3 and time for another 3-minute break where we get to not stare at screens for just a little bit, stand up and stretch, and take a little bit better care of ourselves. I'm gonna pet the dog. You can also pet your dog, or if you have a spouse, you can kiss them, you can kiss your wife, you can kiss your husband, you can kiss your wife's husband. We're gonna be back in about 3 minutes-ish to continue with this. But for now, we're gonna try to take a little bit better care of ourselves, stand up and stretch, and basically just not get a bunch of blood clots in our legs. right. We have returned. We got ourselves a snack. All is good. I hope everyone else also had a good break. We are ready to once again return here, which means we took the wrong route coming south. We need to come back over here. And go this way. Fireball. End. Ow. Does anyone else, like, say ow even when things don't hurt? Like, it's more of an expression of surprise than actual pain? Like, it could be just a mild inconvenience, and you're just like, ow. Even when it was just, like, really something incredibly minor. I guess just me. That's okay, though. So we're gonna look in this box. Nothing in the box. I guess we go east. Let's continue going east. Oh, wait, never mind. There's a dude here. Oh, I guess this is where they're coming from. They're coming from the entryway. Fine. Oh, no, I was going to say fine, I'll use spells, but then it was like, wait, no, she's running lower on spell points. He'll use a spell. And now, because they're not ranged, we can use our cheese tactics more. Alright. That is 3 targets. That's enough for fireballing. I did not expect them to run away from the door. It's also funny. One of your characters has been cursed. That character will function worse in combat, be hit more easily, and take more damage from blows for a while. Curses wear off fairly quickly. They hit all of us with it? Boo. But we now know that there is a caster here. Fireball. In my head, every time I say that, I do get the do. But I am not subjecting you to it every time. Just some of the time. We'll take the gold. We'll leave the shirt in the bottle. Leave that. I keep thinking that it's clear, and it keeps just not being clear. An axe. And a shirt. Ooh. Okay, you can give some of your stuff to someone else. Spear. Give to you. Give to you. Okay. You're the ranged person. I don't know what this way... what kind of bow this is. This is where item lore would come in handy, but I didn't train any of my people in it because I got greedy. This weighs so much. Who has space? Frederick and Adriana have some space. I will say, though, that compared to some other games we played recently, specifically Resident Evil, the inventory management here isn't that bad. Like, you can't pick up everything with wanton disregard to everything. But need lockpick equipped. Alright, so I have one, but I didn't equip it. Okay. And the reason that that's a thing, that you can't just have it in your inventory, is that there are different qualities of lockpicks. So you don't want it to use your like really good ones on a cheap door and then like your cheap ones on the good door. This chest has loot painted on top in large crude letters. You open it eagerly and find only dust. Maybe the bandits are dirt poor, or perhaps they've moved their ill-gotten gains elsewhere. Or it's just like a practical joke. It's just like, hey, look at this chest. Wouldn't it be funny if we just wrote loot on top when that's like just not what's in there? This is the other entrance. Why are you just here in some random side passage? You know what? We're just gonna flame you. And you need to heal some people. It'd be really nice if we had light heal all, but we don't know where to get that. Checking for secret passages. Those are hostile cows. Wait. We're gonna shoot the caster. Even though I don't know if it's the most threatening in there. But we're definitely casting Fireball on this, because that is the leader. Or at least they have a captain sprite on them. Fireball. I was looking for who's low on health, but the thing is that now that I've leveled up, low on health isn't quite the same as it used to be. So we're just going to cast a wound here. Excellent. These shelves contain several books on animal training and a plethora of notes regarding the bandits' training of a large number of wolves. From the records, you are able to tell how the bandits found wolves in the first place. There was a small pack of them hiding in the caves when the exiles started building Fort Emergence. The bandits spirited some away to raise. How the bandits got to Fort Emergence in the first place, you aren't able to figure out. Loot storage. Entry without permission will be punished. Okay, fine. We'll magically unlock it. He can't carry the broadsword. He's overburdened. Thank you, Automod. You can take the broadsword. You can handle the darts and the boots and the gloves. No, not in the gloves. Okay. Among the crude works of well-thumbed fiction on these shelves, you find one of the mage's journals written in a neat hand. The bandits have only been set up here for a few months. It seems they plan to raid the nearby settlements as boldly as possible until the exile brought more troops here and then escaped to the surface. One interesting note, the journal makes occasional oblique references to a big theft of some sort of statuette from the, quote, weirdies. Does anyone have enough weight limit to grab the shield? You only have 2. You have 1. You have 6. 6. Alright, so he needs to move just some small item. 5 needs to move some small items to 3 and 4. Okay. Give half of them to him. Okay. Oh, we're still off by a little bit. Well, give the rest to her then. 2, 4. Okay. Onward. Trap disarmed. Onward. Trap disarmed. Invisible barrier. Onward. Okay. So this is a little bit probably more important to grab. Like, that mace is probably good. So we're going to have to drop something. Finish what you're doing first. Oh, I have to designate where to drop it. Drop the darts. I really do not care about darts, so we're just going to have everyone drop the darts. And yeah, you drop darts too. And then we'll drop a crude buckler. Okay, now we need to move some stuff around, right? Alright, so he's got 10, got 16. Well, Adriana's now got 25 empty space. So she can give the helm to you. There we go. So now she should be able to pick up the mace, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. I think we're done here. So we can just leave and go get our... Alright, we'll ignore those. We will leave and go get our stuff. Wait, is there a lever in here to, like, open the gates? No? Okay. So we just go up and to the left and around and this way and that way. And you've got spell points left, right? Yeah. cast light for us. Fireball. I thought I had killed everything here. Is he unable to get to us? We're gonna shoot you. Magic. Flame. Why? I guess this is planned. This isn't like respawning guys. This is we killed the boss, so as we're leaving, there's another fight that spawned in at us. Alright. It's only 2 targets, so it's not ideal. We still cast Fireball. You can actually cast priest spells, so you are going to cast Heal on them, because they have 6 health. And you can also cast priest spells, and you have all of your spell points, so you'll cast Heal on them. Alright, we're going to leave our melee people as the cleanup crew to kill whatever this fireball doesn't. You get to shoot the archer. Ow. Anyone have enough space to grab some boots? Yes. Not enough for the buckler, though. Excellent. This corridor is very silent and eerie, dotted as it is by all manner of totems and signs bearing dire warnings. This must be a strong group of bandits indeed if they can display their position so blatantly. Yes. Okay, he's in here and then up. I want to talk to you. Crystal. Ask about a statue. He looks pleased. Again, humans correct the wrongs of humans, and in reward, he produces a beautifully carved pink crystal. It is a soul crystal, used for certain magical spells, and it is yours. Excellent. So that is not going to take up inventory space because it is a key item. So, you don't know about that. Of course you don't. Why would you want any of our stuff? You have your stuff, and it's better. So we want to go where? we want to go back to Fort Emergence? I'm going to Google something real quick, actually. Game facts to the rescue. Unfortunately, it just tells me where to find the identify spell, which is not useful for me because it costs 50 spell points, and none of my people have 50 spell points to cast it with. Okay, well... Oh, wait, no. Here, that's what we want. I guess I'll just ask some of the mage people at Fort Emergence and see if any of them can identify for me. It didn't come up in conversation, but I can ask them directly about it. I can also train. Hello. Helps if I spell it right. You don't know about that. Okay. Well, neither of you are willing to identify my stuff. How about you, the animal keeper? Never heard of it. Okay, understood. Elisa. An old, small, very round woman stirs a pot of savory lizard stew. She is surrounded with enough kitchen implements and supplies to feed an army, which is, you suppose, her job. Welcome, children. I am Elise. Job. I provide hot meals to all my children. I also, if asked very nicely, provide rations for troopers going out on trips. Rations? She smiles maternally. Oh, you poor dears. You need some lunches? Just a moment. She sets to work and comes back with several neatly wrapped bundles of rations. Here you are. Now be careful out there. She gave us a little bit of food. Once I had children of my own, but they all grew up and left. After that I had the skills to cook for a horde, but no horde to cook for. Now I cook for a somewhat older horde. Exiled troops eat a lot, but not much more than my 9 kids did. She chuckles at that. She seems like she's about to tell you a story about her family, and then thinks better of it. Troops. Oh, okay. That would have gotten us rations, but we already had asked for rations, so she's like, hey now, I just gave you rations. Captain Johnson. You meet a gaunt, severe man. His armor bears the insignia of a commander. He has a regal bearing, but cruel eyes. Name. He looks at you coldly. I am Commander Johnson. Job. I command all the soldiers in this fortress. Soldiers. Yes, I command soldiers, which you aren't. Someday we're going to have to slay all those Empire bastards, and when they do, it'll be the soldiers who do the work. Command. Same answer. Got it. There seems to be a little bit of friction within the factions here. Some who are like, let's explore and see what's going on, and some is just like, there's no point to that. We're just gonna have to kill them all. Might as well just start the war already and get on with it. Orb of Thralny. Authorized personnel only. Office of Exceptional Supplies. Please no begging. A pale exile, impeccably dressed and hair neatly cut, waits behind the counter. As you approach, he checks his notes. I am Levy. How may I help you? What's your job? I am in charge of making allowances for those in exile's employ. I also provide rewards to those who perform exceptional services. He smiles. In addition, I've been given a very valuable stewardship. He gives a small, smug smile. I am entrusted with the guardianship of Thralny's Spear. An irreplaceable and ancient artifact. It gives its possessor the power of flight. He flashes you another small, tight smile. If you ever need to borrow it, be sure to give me a request. Request. He smiles smugly. Request denied. Perhaps you could try again later. You resist the urge to punch him. Allowances. He checks some records, counts out a small pile of gold coins, and hands them to you. You have been budgeted a 25 gold per diem. Here's your allowance for today. Don't spend it all at one temple. Rewards. Levy checks through a large book, checks again, looks back up apologetically. Nope, you've done nothing yet to merit a reward. Perhaps you should do some adventuring and check later. Nope, no identification. Okay, understood. He gives rewards for, like, the big things, like when you stop one of the monster plagues. Ask about brigands. Ask about goblins? The military has been too busy preparing to deal with them. They've been hoping some adventurers will solve the problem for them. Have I not tripped the flag? Like, did I not kill all of them? Explorations. At this point, we need to know what the Empire has been up to. Both we and our allies need to know. Soon, you should leave through the concealed hill entrance to the north, explore, and report back. Of course, you can spend some time building strength first. Yes, practice fighting and working together as a team. Both goblins. Okay, so there's no reward for taking care of them. Job, explorations, building strength, bandits. Okay, so I guess my reward is just whatever I got from them. Okay. Alright, well, let's head out to the surface, I guess. We haven't completely explored the upper section here, but this is the North Gate, through which you must pass to reach the world's surface, blocked by a lava pool with a narrow bridge over it, which can be collapsed in case of Empire attack. Oh, wait, no. There, okay. You emerge from Fort Emergence into the outdoors. A harsh yellow light from above blinds you. and the air smells strange. For a while, the wide openness of the space above you is terrifying. Still, there's nothing to do but press on. You reach the valley and immediately see a view that brings a tear to your eye. It has been many years since you've seen the surface, those of you who've seen it at all. And, after years of dreaming, here it finally is, laid out before you. Plants are everywhere, and you feel wind, and the sky is a blue richer than any you've ever seen. It's warm and dry, and there can be no doubt you are finally home. You stand there for an hour, just admiring the sight and feeling the sensations. You then make a more careful inspection. This area is very unsettled. There's a river to the south, but no human settlements as far as you can see. This is excellent news. Not only is Fort Emergence under no immediate danger of attack, but there's plenty of room around here for exiles to live. But it wouldn't do to get too excited too soon. There's still plenty to be discovered and plenty of investigation to do. You'll have to meet the surface people, who are likely to be very different from you. Also, while there is great joy in leaving the caves, it's far more frightening than you thought it would be. After years of tunnels and shadows, the open sky and bright sun leave you feeling constantly blinded and exposed. You are facing momentous events and beginning of an exciting and dangerous new age. A new land awaits you. It's time to explore. Okay. How about we go explore ourselves? Oh, there's a dot. You reach the shore of what can only be a river. You see a fish in it. It's shiny and silvery, not the comforting and normal pale gray of cave fish. As you admire the view, several large, brightly colored slimes ooze out of the trees and approach you. Amber slimes, emerald slimes, and a mauve slime. This is very odd. The Empire worked for years to slay all monsters on the surface, but here's a strange beast before you, a slime unlike any you've ever seen, bubbling and magical. It leaves a trail of dead plants behind it as it oozes. You know what I forgot to do? I did not train. Where are all the others? That's not... I right-clicked to cancel, but apparently right-click isn't cancel. Stop focusing her. Board here. Cross carefully. Undertow is strong. You find a large, formerly beautiful stone farmhouse. It was once a gorgeous structure. Now, the crops are dead, land has been spoiled by slimes, and the building looks abandoned. Investigate? Yes, we're probably going to be attacked by slimes. Encounter! You enter and look around. Many acidic slimes have been in and out of here, with the result that everything inside is ruined and holes have been burned in the walls and ceiling. While searching, you look out the window and find you've been surrounded. Fireball. A lot of slimes. She hit level 6. Fireball. Hand-to-hand combat yet. Ah. Ow. You clean the slime off your blade and take one last yaw around the farmhouse. Okay. I guess that's supposed to be look or something. Anything that might have been useful there has been dissolved or eaten. There's not even fruit in the garden. You leave the mess behind. You reach a tall cluster of farmhouses surrounded by a tall, recently built stone fence. Behind it, several farmers watch you carefully. Approach? Yes. Much to your surprise, even though your paleness and thinness marks you as, if not exiles, very strange characters, the people in the farmhouse are happy to welcome you in and give you a meal. They warn you not only about the slimes, but about brigands who somehow travel with the slimes without harm. Nobody knows where the things come from, but they're convinced the only way to deal with it is for humans to stick together as much as possible. After years of subterranean hovels, the splendor of the huge buildings and streets before you, teeming with life, makes your eyes pop. You enter the city of Crizin for the first time. After worrying about how you'll be greeted by the Empire's citizens, when you actually enter one of their cities, you find your fears were ill-founded. Nobody gives you more than a passing look as they go about their business. However, all is clearly not well. The people are nervous and watch the ground carefully as they walk. As you look closer, you see the city walls have been scorched and melted. A sour smell you cannot identify hangs over the street. It occurs to you that these people may not care about being visited by exiles, because they have much more pressing concerns to deal with. Okay, I think there's a blacksmith here. Alright, let's talk to you. Captain Maxine. This woman hefts a large halberd around with her. Both her weapon and her breastplate have tiny spots of dried slime on them. She shifts her halberd to one hand and tips her helmet to you. I am Captain Maxine. Job. She shrugs her shoulders brusquely. Can't talk long. Have work to do. I look after the garrison and city hall. Plenty to do with the slime invasion. Slime. Look, every minute I'm talking to you is another minute I'm not out hunting those blobs of evil glue. No offense, but you're not worth it. Understood. Go about your business. You do what you gotta do. City hall. Alright, I went to the wrong spot, but it's fine. Research. You meet a female mage. She's pacing back and forth, completely involved in her own thoughts. She stares intently at a vial of brightly colored slime in her hand. Let's ask her about the slime. She holds the vial of slime up so you can see it. It's mauve. Mauve? Mauve. This, a sample. Very useful. For research. Research. Looking for ways to defeat slimes. She uncorks the slime and sniffs it. The danger to us is great. Danger? The slimes can enter Crizin at will. They slide through holes in our walls. I look for a weapon we can use against them, but the work is slow. She thinks, perhaps you should leave so I can work more. Mayor Arbuckle. You meet a small, fidgety man with the look of a natural-born bureaucrat. He sits in an impressive, polished oak chair, far too large for him. His expression is hard to read. Welcome, travelers, to the City Hall of Crizin. I am Mayor Arbuckle. He has a nervous tick around his eye. I was picked by the Empire to look after this area. It was a nightmare assignment, and the monsters have only made it worse. He surprises you with his bluntness. He looks at you cannily. I'll be blunt. You're adventurers from exile. I don't know why you're here. I don't care. We have too much else to worry about. He wipes nervous sweat from his forehead. I have a mission for you, with a considerable reward. We don't know who is creating the slimes or why, and we don't know where they come from. Perhaps a small, skilled band such as yourselves could have luck finding them. Find out where the slimes are coming from, and remove the source, and you will be rewarded lavishly. Good luck to you. I do appreciate an official with a no-nonsense approach. It's like, look, I got more things to worry about. Help us or don't. You meet a captain of the Empire Army. He has a squashed, puffy face and a huge nose. He looks at you with extreme distrust. He takes out of a small hip flask and takes a swig from it. I'm the Empire liaison for this area. I hope you don't plan to cause trouble. The Empire stuck me out here in the middle of nowhere to look after things and implement their inane policies. Speaking of which, what's your opinion on unicorns? Unicorns? Don't have any romantic ideas about happy, friendly creatures. When we got out here, we found a bunch of them and they're nasty, vicious pests. The Emperor told me to hire someone to get rid of them. So tell you what, every unicorn horn you bring me, I give you 10 gold. Just come back and give me the horns. Empire. Inane policies. The Empire is too busy crushing anyone who questions it to worry about what happens in the middle of nowhere. They don't send anyone out here to help out, only to tell people what to do and not offer assistance. For example, this area is being torn apart and I'm supposed to be hiring people to deal with the unicorns. There's an officious-looking woman with a turned-up nose behind the counter. Even as she looks up at you, she continues to nervously shuffle papers with her hands. I'm the delivery dispatcher. Even in these awful days, the mail must go through. Dispatcher. When someone needs something sent somewhere, they come to me, and I find someone to do it for them. If you'd like a mission, let me know. Before you get a mission, however, I have some advice for you. These are paranoid times. You might not want to take a mission to a city until you know you will be let in. Also, we job dispatchers are unforgiving of failure. Failure? Fair to complete one of my jobs on time, and don't be surprised if I don't give you another for a few months. So that's just basically a way to make some gold on the side. Benedict. An elderly, angular man sits behind the counter, dispiritedly polishing a shield. There are plenty of armor behind the counter, which is peculiar considering the number of books in the shop. Well, I'm a businessman. You know, this and that. Right now I deal in armor. Businessman? I used to sell potions and such, and then the slime started appearing. Armor suddenly became the best business to be in. Rather not deal in armor now, but cash is cash and business is business. If you want to purchase some if you want, prices are a bit high, but what do you expect? Ask about identify. Don't know about that. Alright. Fairly well. Find food. You meet a young, calm woman. She wears long white robes and the ankh of a healer, and, somewhat incongruously, wears a big axe at her belt. Ask about the axe. Or not. Well, I mainly act as the town healer. Busy work, plus I maintain the shrine for what that's worth. Shrine? Well, Krizin has one small shrine to the healing arts, and I look after it. Nothing compared to what the other cities have. There's more to worry about, I am afraid. Well, Krizin has lots of sailors. They're a superstitious lot, but not the shrine-going type. It's all I can do to keep the dust off of everything. Oh, wait, no. I don't need healing. Oh, that's the outer town hall. This is one of the tallest women you've ever seen. She looks down at you with a grinning face as she effortlessly hefts about a huge hammer and tongs. She wears a leather jerkin, and her bare arms are sweaty and muscular. She gives the hammer a spinning toss and catches it. Welcome to my smithy. Call me Jinx. Rhymes with Jinx. Oh, well, what do you think? You can sell me what you got and purchase weapons in return? Always glad to help a visitor to Curzon. We'll say visitor? She smiles as if she's in on a joke you don't get. Curzon doesn't get many visitors these days, being as it's about as remote a large city as you can get. Sometimes we get people from odd places, though. Where are you from? Oh, and be sure to ask me if you want a good meal. I know just where to go. Well, Heron, who's a very good friend of mine, runs a food shop near here. She rubs a small diamond ring on her finger and giggles. It's strange to see such a huge person giggle. Ask about identify. Don't know about that. Alright. What do you have? You've got stone weapons. Well, you've got some bronze, but mostly stone. These are just guards' quarters. Yeah. Vlad. You meet a slightly deranged-looking little man. His rough, dirty clothes and thick boots speak of many months on the road. He's bent over under the weight of a heavy sack. Let's not ask him about his sack. I'm a light salesman. Takes me places, I'll tell you what. Light? Ah, I see. Torches. Excellent. Good to know. Denzel. Not Denzel. Denzel. You see a seedy-looking sailor walking around town looking bored. He paces over to you. It seems he finds talking to you preferable to doing nothing. He shrugs and spits. Normally I'm a sailor. It's a disaster for people in my trade these days, I tells you. Disaster? No ships going anywhere these days. Everyone's afraid of being brought more monsters or being attacked and this or that. Me, I plan to keep moving. I'm waiting to sign on with some merchants going west. There's a town called Perges to the west. Hasn't been attacked much. Maybe I'll be safe there. Sure getting out of here as soon as I can. Way too many monsters. Monsters. Bet you think this is the only place with lots of monsters. Don't kid yourself. I've heard the rumors. We sailors get around. Sure. There's monsters running around everywhere. Watch your back. Ask me, I'm running. Okay. So I heard you have a large wife. You meet a big, beefy man gleefully attacking a leg of lamb with a large cleaver. After years of chewing on mushrooms from the underworld, the smell of the food in the shop drives you wild. You all look hungry, like you haven't seen good victuals in a long time. He winks at you. You're in luck. Herring has the best food around. Well, we don't have herring anyway, on account that the sailors, when they come to shore, are all sick of it. I just call this place that because it sounds good. This innkeeper has filthy, dirt-encrusted hands, which have probably touched every mug and plate in the place. He looks you over with disinterested eyes. He wipes his nose on the back of his hand. Well, we got the best drinks in the whole town, only 2 gold. We got a room in the common room to sleep for the night, only 3 gold. We'll make sure none of the slimes get you. Well, those slime creatures have been sneaking in all over the place. There was even an attack near here. Oh, one will slip through the walls every once in a while, but none get in here. Sleep easy. He grins in a way you find not at all reassuring. Alright, let's see what else we can see over here. Once this soldier gets out of the way. So this is the outer wall of the place. This is, soldier stuff. Yeah, I think we've got soldiers' quarters. Shipyard. I thought I'd find someone here who could identify stuff. So far... Oh, wait. This is promising. This man looks like a sailor, but is wearing the robes of an apprentice mage. Dirty and torn robes, but robes nonetheless. He stares intently into an orb on the table in front of him. Ponder the orb. Greetings, children. I will forecast your future for only 2 coins. Also, I can share with you my great magical skills. He waves his hands and there's a splash of light. It's a very simple spell. I can create charms which will shift your fortunes. Purchase one and you will never be devoured by the seas. A bargain compared to your life. No. Children speak upon you. Ask about identify? This character will, for free, identify some of your items whose nature is yet unknown to you. Click on the ID button by the name item to get identified. 10 gold each is not for free, but sure. Iron bolts, cave wood bow, crude shield. Most of this is going to be wasted money, by the way. Like, these things are definitely cheaper than the cost to identify them. But We'll do it anyway. And then we will, now that we know what things are, we will shuffle everything around. Figure things out. Iron knife, iron arrows, cavewood bow, bronze chainmail, bronze helm, bronze, shield mace. A mace is a carefully crafted club. It has metal on one or wood hand. This is the most common bashing weapon. What does it do? Oh, it gives 3 defense. Excellent. Iron shield, boots. Alright. So I've identified all of our stuff. Now we get to sort it all out. Alright, so what are our best... Alright, so... No more knife. Bronze short sword. No one is actually using shields, I don't think. Like, no one in party uses them. So we can go sell them to the armor guy, who should be here-ish. Because our first guy is dual wielding. And our second guy... is pole arms, and I'm not going to pay attention to the rest of them. I have an iron knife. I don't think I need a bronze knife. Stone spear. You've got to have better than that. Maybe I should just pass on these shields to others. We're just going to sell these poisons. We're going to sell a cavewood bow. Bronze helm is better than the others. Bronze knife, bronze broadsword is good. Shield mace we will keep for... okay. I'm going to sell the bolts. I'm going to sell the crude shield. We don't need that. Sell a cavewood bow. I'm gonna sell the potion of paralysis. Sell the stone knife, definitely. Sell the mace and the other bronze knife. Okay. Alright, so you have bronze broadsword, bronze short sword. Iron knife, 1d4 plus 2. Bronze short sword, 1d6 plus 1. We'll say the short sword is better. What's the iron axe? 1d7 plus 2. I think axes count as edged weapons, right? Yeah, they're not bashing weapons. They're not pole weapons. Bronze spear definitely goes to them. They use spears and they need one. Oh, they are carrying too much. Understood. You don't need shields. Give this to someone who will. Everyone's carrying too much. Understood. Right. Leather helm. Do you have a helm? You have a leather helm. You take off the stone spear, give to the first person. You give the bronze spear to the second person. Right. You now use the bronze spear. Okay, so what is the difference here? You wear leather gloves, yes. Leather baldric, defense 1, bronze studded armor, defense 3. Bronze large shield, defense 7. Bronze shield, defend 4. Okay, so you have bronze chainmail, which has encumbrance 2. How much does it weigh? 90. Yikes. Give the bronze helm to them. Wear the leather helm yourself. Okay, so what is everyone else using for melee weapons? You have an iron knife you can use. Or we could give you... Yeah, I think an iron knife is probably the best. Okay, so yeah, so you get an iron knife to use. And let's see. You have a bronze knife. We can give you an iron knife instead. So, iron knife goes to you. You're carrying too much. Understood. Sell. Sell the stone spear. Sell the bronze knife. Sell another bronze knife. And another bronze knife. And a bronze knife. We have iron knives, we don't need those. We'll sell the crude buckler. We'll sell the bronze short sword. Alright, done. Who doesn't have pants? You don't have pants. I'm surprised anyone's talking to us when we don't have pants on. You have robes, so you don't need pants. I think we're gonna give you, instead of the iron knife, you get the shield mace. Carrying too much. Oh, right, yes. Give this you. Wear the boots. Give this to you. Give this to you. And then you can give the bronze chainmail to you. You can wear the bronze chainmail, probably. So what do we add as far as encumbrance goes? 0. Okay. Total encumbrance 2, so we might need a little bit more defense skill. But we'll give this down the line. They're carrying too much. What do you have? You don't need these shields. Leather baldric is worse than theirs. Do you have any armor on? You have a shirt on. So you need... yeah, he needs a leather baldric. And that means yours can go to the next one down. Okay, maybe the next one down. Okay, maybe not. So you keep the lockpicks, you keep that stuff. You put on the baldric. You can't equip another. What do you already have on? A shirt? There we go. And put on, wear the bronze shield. And we want this person to also wear the shield mace. So give shield mace to them. Shield mace. Total encumbrance 2. That might be too much. I forget if it's at 2 or 3 that you lose an action point in battle. If we're not losing an action point, we're fine. Alright, everything else here stays. Okay, so we have a bronze large shield that I don't think anyone can use. Like, it's good defense. Actually, what is the encumbrance on it? 0. This is encumbrance 2. Maybe that's total encumbrance. I think the problem with the shield is that it simply weighs... The bronze one is... The large one is simply that it's too heavy. Alright, everything else here you're basically just wearing. Okay, you can wear the broadsword, it's fine. You'll wear the boots, and the shirt can go. You can wear the iron shield instead of the crude buckler. You can wear the iron knife instead of the bronze knife. We'll sell the bronze sword. We still have a helm we can put on. And then you can wear the iron knife, and you get a shirt to put on. Excellent. Steel-toed boots, go to them. So you have a shirt, a pants, and a knife. You have a bronze helm. Give that to them. You put on the knife. You wear the iron shield. The boots. This gets a bronze helm instead of a leather helm. Leather helm gets passed down. You already have a leather helm? You do. Pass it on down. Encumbrance 1, 2, 2, 2. Alright. Good. We have managed to defeat the inventory boss, for now. Oh, right. Steel-toed boots. At some point, we'll have everyone wearing, like, pants and boots. And it'll just be amazing for us. What is our total defense like? Alright. Well, it's time for us to explore a bit. A group of brightly colored bubbling slimes oozes along the ground towards you, leaving wide trails of dead ground as they go. They move unerringly and quickly towards you. Fireball! We should probably head back to Fort Emergence to get our training done. A worn and haggard Empire patrol is following you. When they get close enough for a decent look, however, they turn and stumble away. They were close enough for you to see that their armor was pitted, as if by acid, and they were completely exhausted. band of brigands guards this narrow bit of hills between the mountains and the shore. When they see you, they immediately move to guard the path. As you get closer, you'll notice something very odd. The brigands have several of the brightly colored slimes writhing and sliding among their feet. However, the slimes don't attack them. In fact, the bandits and slimes seem to be traveling together. Fireball! We're going to cast a single target fireball. Because that one is a caster, and we want it dead. Fireball. Alright. Same as before. Also, in good news, we did not lose action points for 2 encumbrance. So, we've got that going for us, which is nice. Go for the 3 target here. Okay. Agate Tower. This old, slightly crumbling fort has a multitude of small, polished agates set into the outer walls. It would be quite lovely and welcoming were it not for the skulls set on the ramparts, and the tiny blobs of brightly colored slime everywhere. Beware, this is the domain of Jordan the Archmage. The further you get, the more little bits of slime you see. Suddenly, you hear a loud ringing noise. The corridors echo with shouts of alarm. You lose your hopes of a friendly greeting. Let's not walk into the kill box of a castle. Unless we have to. Alright, looks like that is the way to go. You hear loud grinding noises beneath you, coming from 10 feet ahead and 10 feet behind. You leap away, but not soon enough. The whole floor folds away, dumping all of you into a winding, filthy-smelling chute. Of course it does. I probably should have rested before I came in here. Where are we? We're in the middle. Should have bought torches from that dude in town. Warning, the Guardian is extremely dangerous. It will attack you and can kill you from a long way away. Don't go down here without Jordan. The smell to the west is a combination of rotting flesh, old cheese, and garlic. There's a thin layer of clear mucus-like substance on the floor. There's also several spines, dried and bent, each about a foot long. Alright. Let's see what we can see. Spiny worm. So, unlike some other things that we can cheese, this one is less cheesable because, as it said, it can attack you from a long range. Let's see. Scry monster. Spiny worm, level 15, health 81. Ability, throw spines. It is poison resistant. And it attacks one for 6d12. Oh! Okay. 6d12, understood. A d12 is roughly, what, 6.5? 6.5 times 6 is 37 per shot. We are going to curse it. To make it less likely to hit me. Okay, it had 81 health. It is now at 78. 75. We're going to debuff this thing. What does fear do? Like scare, but more powerful. Okay, what does scare do? Decreases the morale of the victim. Casting on a weak foe will make the foe flee. Even if the monster doesn't flee, later castings have a higher chance of success. Don't care. We will cast
On who?
haste on you. And we will cast Holy Scourge as a curse, I believe. You know what? What is Stumble? I think that's also technically a curse. Okay. What were we at? 75? So 65? 45? 35? 20. Dead. And we immediately are overburdened because we got a set of chainmail. This feels like, just the way it's positioned, there should be a secret passage there, but apparently there isn't. You're at the entry to a magical laboratory. There's all manner of esoteric clutter piled in every corner, and strange, constantly changing smells waft through the air. One interesting thing, many of the items have slime spots on them. Like everything in this continent is going to have slime spots on it. What's the book? Magic for Dummies. Many people these days are getting into all sorts of spellcasting. No longer is the powerful and lucrative field of magic restricted to only the talented and wise. Now you, yes, even you, can learn spells. This book will teach you how to cast a variety of cantrips, which can easily perform tasks such as cleaning a floor of dust, cooking a rump roast in moments, or even spaying a cat. You walk into a peculiar room. Contains Only a wooden throne covered in gold leaf. It is surrounded by a pattern of runes made of carved agate. Embedded in the floor, they glow slightly. Suddenly, you notice a secret door opens slightly in the south wall. The head of a middle-aged bearded male pokes out his head and sees you. He mutters a word and pulls his head back safely. As you prepare to charge, the runes flash once. I cast Fireball. Alright, we'll do it here to take out the 3. What did I say? The southwest wall? Jordan casts Minor Haste. Let's see. There was a Dispel Field, wasn't it? It was Blade Walls, Ice Walls, and similar fields. No, or it doesn't work on Fire and Force barriers. Magic Barrier. So Field won't work on it. So the shooting begins. Alright. We will scry monster. Can't see target. Boo! He is magic resistant, cold resistant, and immune to fire. He's not poison resistant. And he's a level 4 mage. Alright. Okay, he's magic resistant. Understood. You know what we do to magic resistant people? We cast haste on our melee fighters. We want to get this acid slime out of the way, though. So we're just going to cast a wound on it. No, I probably should have looked into what his health total was. That's a lot of unicorns. Well, we shoot him and we fireball the unicorns. Fireball. Which will be her last fireball. Alright, what can you cast? Dumbfound? So, I swear that this is just curse. Like, everything is just curse. Is there silence in here somewhere? This magic, web, fear, minor poison. No, we want to do things faster. Sleep cloud, resist magic, goo, scry monster. Flame cloud. Screw it. We'll cast another buff. Strength is just a very minor bless spell. And we'll heal him because he's down to 13 health. Oh, there we go. So, the reason that I'm moving like this is that if I end combat and it puts me all the way back there, then I have to walk my whole party through the damaging barriers. And we don't want to do that. Instead, we want to walk through each of them once and then be done with it. And then we have to heal ourselves and spend a bunch of potions or spell points. You peek into the cauldrons and are immediately repulsed. There is slime cooking in there, one color of slime for each pot. You aren't sure whether Jordan was trying to make slime or rendering down slimes already made. Either way, the sight and smell makes you slightly ill. You notice the insides of the cauldron are covered with a thin layer of glass to keep the acids from the dead slimes from eating through them. Okay, unicorn horns. Alright, what is the scroll? Just random unidentified scroll. Okay. And an unidentified wave blade. Pick the lock. Need lockpick. Fine. Unlock. You finally reach Jordan's bedroom/library. Of great interest are the bookshelves on the north wall. They're covered with scrolls, on which you can see dense, fresh handwriting. It's possibly very interesting. Okay. Scroll, gold pieces. Book, gloves, gem, piece of paper, book. Okay, let's look through what we got here. Scrolls are unidentified, that's fine. Book. Magic for dummies. Okay. Drop magic for dummies. Piece of paper. A map. It looks like Jordan drew this out rather hurriedly. Prison, Silver, Colchis, Slime Pit. Tells us where the slimes are. Very good. With growing excitement, you read through Jordan's notes. They give a detailed account of who he is, what he did, and how he was able to create and control slimes. It would seem he was a traveling mage of no great account who, when traveling to Curzon, saw a large cave while camping in some mountains. He investigated and found it was full of slimes. Hiding himself with a stealth spell, he entered and found that the cavern was a huge factory for producing slimes. They were born and grew up in enormous pools of green goo. He carefully got a sample of this goo to take with him. He says little else about the slime pit, except that it was in some mountains not far east of the town where Colchis, you take note of this, and that the slimes there were controlled by a huge, quote, alien slime, whatever that is. From there, Jordan came here, grew the slime sample into his own pool, and created slimes for his own purposes. One small side note is that the pools are rather delicate. A direct fireball hit should be enough to destroy one. Interesting. His note makes it clear that he was a courageous and brilliant man. It's a pity he was so evil, but at least this information may be a big help in ending the plague of slimes. It doesn't matter which one we look at. Alright, so we have to walk back through these to get out. Ugh. Alright, so this is likely to knock our Adriana and Fioric down to 0 anyway, so not worth healing them. Alright, now... Alright, out we go. Oh wait, we got another book here. What's the other book? Reading book Surface Flora and Fauna by Ava of the Tower of Magi. Why is that book written by an exile here? Oh well. We're gonna cast the flame on that one. Okay, we're gonna cast flame on this one. Ooh, food. Double poison. Okay. Naughty robes. Don't... Oh, actually. They're better than his, I think. Whoever has normal robes will benefit from them. Lots of food. Very nice. Torches! We need one of those. No, those are not worth it. Unlock. Okay, right. This large slime-coated cave is dominated by one feature, a huge pool of green goo. It bubbles and hisses ominously, and constantly emits puffs of dangerous-looking gas. As you watch, a tiny ochre slime crawls out of the green pool. It slides around a bit, then flows back into the slime pool. Amazingly, you may have found out how the hordes of slimes are created. Fireball. Direct hit. With a green spray and an intensely satisfying splattering noise, the slime pool flies apart. The bits of goo try to ooze back together again, but the heat hardened their surfaces. You hear a bizarre keening noise echoing through the tunnels. You look around and hear that sound is also coming from one of the baby slimes at the edge of the destroyed pool. The slimes are dying, killed in some odd way by the destruction of their creator. As they deflate, they emit a high-pitched, agonized sound, the only sound they'll ever make in their lives. Soon, however, the sound dies down. All the slimes have died. You have a hard time feeling bad about it. There's a stairway up here. Climb. Where are we? Oh, we're in the middle of this. So, I don't know which way was supposed to be the front way versus the back way. Wheel, pull the lever, sure. You pull the lever, you hear a series of soft chimes, clicks, and bells chiming. Something definitely happened. You step on the magical rune and realize in horror that it's trying to hold you in place. With an effort, you manage to pull yourself off of it. Anything weaker would be firmly held here. Where are all the guards? Did they leave once, like, all the slime started screaming? Corridor ends with a stairway down. Oh, wait. We need to use another torch. I think destroying it just despawned everything in the dungeon. Which might be a bad thing as far as, like, leveling and experience are concerned, but hey. Makes this significantly easier. Now we can just run around and loot everything. Which is not ideal, because, you know, killing stuff usually means they drop things like gold. You hear an ominous click from the secret door behind you. Okay. For some reason I thought all these things were dead. I was certainly led to believe that. That's super annoying. Lockpicks. Man, ranged weapon ammunition is just super heavy. Okay. What sort of book was this one? The Tearing of the Bodice by E. Sternberg, Esquire. Esmeralda ran through the bushes, barely ahead of her ravening pursuers, her chest heaving mightily to escape the pathetic remaining shreds of her leather armor. The bizarre, tentacled, squirreloid creature pursued close behind, panting and tingling. "Soon, wild maiden," he cried. "Soon you will be mine!" It continues in this vein for a long, long time. Classic bodice ripper. Oh, ooh, interesting. I'll have to keep this in mind for future games. So I have a hotkey where I can kind of take clips. But because I'm playing in a virtual machine, the hotkey doesn't work. Because the key only goes to the virtual machine, not to OBS. So I've missed out on having easy access to some things that I tried to clip earlier, which is unfortunate. The bookshelf mostly contains heavily thumbed and grimy books on these somewhat adult subject matters that appeal to the brigands. There are also many scrolls with orders, all of which are signed by someone named Jordan. A broadsword. Alright, I think we're done here. We just need to leave. Mauve slimes and an emerald slime. Where's my fireball? shoot. Oh, there are two of them. Fireball. Let's go talk to the mayor. He won't reward me, I don't think, yet. But we'll see. Identify the poisons. Bronze, normal bolts, cavewood bow. Major haste, charm, leather gloves, sapphire, crystal, iron bar, sapphire. Normal throwing knives. Normal lockpicks. Normal boots, which are a waste to spend gold on to identify, but c'est la vie. Wave blade, iron, and a flame scroll. Okay. We're gonna go sell some stuff. Hello, my lovely large lady. Sell the throwing knives and the darts. They're just too heavy to be worth it. We will wear the wave blade. We'll sell the leather baldric. We will sell not this stuff. Darts, throwing knives. We'll sell the sapphires, because I think the only thing they're good for is selling. We'll sell the iron bar, because I think there's something else I could do with it, but not much. Sell the other sapphire. Sell the poisons. Cavewood bow. And a pen, and the set of pants. Done. Question is, how do I... Oh, that's how I do it. I was about to say, it's like, wait, how do I even get the chainmail? Because how do I swap them when people can't carry that much? The answer is simply, drop it on the ground so no one has to carry both at once. Total encumbrance 3. Ah, it's too much. He doesn't have enough defense skill. So this has defense 3, bonus 1. This has defense 5, bonus 1. Okay. So we do want him in heavier armor, but we're going to have to train a little bit of defense skill on him. That said, I don't think I get a reward yet. You report what you found. He shakes his head. You still haven't eliminated the true source of all the slimes. Keep searching. He's correct. That's why I said it wouldn't do us any good. We can, however, talk to this guy. Ask about unicorn. Well, I'm giving 10 gold for every one of those pest horns you brought. You have any? You show him your bunch and collect your gold. Excellent. It's very convenient of the boss to summon unicorns when we have a bounty out on unicorns. Okay. This vale is filled with shedded, rapidly crumbling unicorn horns. The rocks have bits of dark fur on them where the beast rubbed against them. In the distance, you think you see protruding horns and many eyes watching you carefully. Alright. Unicorn Grotto. I was actually looking for a way back to where we came from, but you know. Unicorns are poisonous? We want long light. Let's see. Do we have move mountains? We do not. And I don't know where to get it either. Move mountains lets you break, like, already... What is a good way to phrase it? Walls that have already been damaged in some way. So, like, it won't work on just, like, randomly breaking through whatever walls you want, but it will let you access certain, like, secret area things. Because you can break, like, cracked walls. We want to cast Wound. The unicorns have etched a crude but recognizable drawing in this wall with their horns. A bunch of slimes devouring a bunch of humans, while a bunch of unicorns watch in the distance. These creatures are not nearly as mindless as people think. So cool, like, the unicorns are just here like, yes, the slimes shall kill them for us. And then, all this shall be ours. There we go. Oh, oops, I accidentally picked up a rock. We don't want to carry around rocks, they are heavy. Heal. Okay. You know what? You haven't cast a spell yet, so you get to fireball these last two, I think? Unless there was one hiding out of line of sight. This is interesting. In this corner, the unicorns have sketched a variety of crude cave drawings in the stone with their horn. They're nothing too elaborate, mainly crude stick drawings of unicorns and humans and trees. However, this sign of intelligence in creatures generally regarded as mindless animal pests is rather surprising. I gotta say, the unicorns in this setting are quite different than unicorns in most other settings. Oh look, this is where the secret passage is. Just the unicorn horn, not the rock. We have not gone to the central area yet, so let us explore that way. The air flowing from the east is very hot and muggy, and it has a distinct sulfurous smell. Time for demon unicorns. Lots of unicorn horns now. We'll use another torch. Now that our torch is going out. You reach the center of the unicorn nest and are greeted with a sight which is clearly and shockingly unnatural. The rock floor to the north is molten and glows red hot. In a cave such as this, far away from any volcano, this should not be happening. This cave was obviously regarded with great reverence by the unicorns. They have etched elaborate designs and pictographs over every non-molten square inch of stone. The heat is oppressive, and the sulfur smell makes you feel faint. Also, we steal all the unicorn horns. The obelisk is clearly ancient. The highly worn runes carved into its surface are completely unrecognizable to you. Alright, well, I see a group of unicorns. What's the name of a group of unicorns? It's gotta be something whimsical, like a fantasy of unicorns. Let's see. Okay, yep, that's the same message we got when we came from the other direction. Yeah, we'll fireball it. We can't hit all of them, though, because we walked this guy forward too far. You will cast Heal on yourself. And you will cast Cure Poison also on him. Excuse me. Okay, how are we getting out of here? It's this general direction, right? Okay. So I was going to go back for training immediately. However, our inventory is full of unicorn horns and training is expensive. So we're going to go hand these back to the dude and get a bunch of gold that we can then use for training. Wait, no, this way. Let's scratch. Unicorn. Alright, we are at 1683. Yeah. Yeah, that's like 450 gold. That's enough to get some training on. Fireball! Where are the casters at? Is it just the one? Oh, hey, food. Yeah, once again, the Empire soldiers are like, look, we got slimes to worry about. We do not care about random exiles. We don't know what you're doing here, but it's not important, or at least it's not urgent. Because there's a difference between those two things. Something can be urgent, but not that important. It's like, in the grand scheme of things, like, something that just needs to get done right now might not be that important overall, but it definitely is time sensitive. Alright, who are we training? Okay. We want you to get... we have 25 skill points. We want strength, 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 dex, some more edge weapons, some more defense, and more strength. And then here, we'll get pull weapons, we'll get defense, we'll get dex, we'll get more strength. And then we get... let's see, we get more dex and no. Okay, so it makes picking locks and stuff easier. So we will get unlocked doors. Spells are very expensive and bashing is slow, damaging, and very unreliable. Alright, so we're going to give him a bunch of lockpicking and a little bit more disarm traps. Alright, 30 mage spells. Haha, we have capped out our mage spells. Now we can start dumping into intelligence. And we'll give you one more strength. For reasons. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that training mage spells later gives you spell points for free. I think that only counts on character creation, so we will need to get spell points later, but still. Alright, we'll also get you... we don't have enough gold. See, we ran out of gold. So we will instead... we have 2 left, right? Yeah, we have 2 people to train. Okay, so our priest is going to get a bunch of intelligence. And then our in-between, like we only have 50 gold now. There we go. We spent over 2,000 gold on training. You report to NX Commander on seeing the strange slime creature. He looks very serious. This is bizarre, to say the least. The Empire was... how do I upload my videos I live streamed? On what service? Like, where are you streaming and where do you upload it? So, Twitch is a streaming platform. They are not a VOD or long-form content upload platform. If you streamed, you should automatically have a VOD saved. But it will only last for a certain amount of time. Depending on whether you have like affiliate or not, and a couple other things, it would be somewhere between 2 weeks to a month, I think, you have. So if you want to preserve it for the long term, you go to your past streams, you go to the VOD, you download it, and then you upload it somewhere like YouTube if you want to upload it and keep it uploaded. So if you're on Twitch, they are already uploaded. They don't upload it automatically. No, if you streamed, it is already there, but it will not stay there. Like, here, let me show you. Let me make sure I have the right exact thing. Past streams don't stay at all. There's a setting for that. You can turn it off. Some people do, especially if they're doing things like a karaoke stream that's all like copyright music. They just turn the setting off entirely so it doesn't stick around and get copyright strikes on it. But if you wanted to check, what you're going to look for in the dashboard is it collections? You want to do an edit of an old video. A video you made today? Okay, so what you're looking for is... Let's see. Why can I not find it now? For many hours, it's hard to deal with because I thought it'd be easy. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I just can't find it. Oh, I should probably just search on top. Okay, so what you want to go for is there's going to be a bar up top that says, and you can go to Video Producer, and if you look in there, it should show stuff. Like you go to Video Producer, and it'll bring you to a page, and you should see your ability to see like past broadcasts. Like let's see, mine expiring in 1 day from March. Yeah, so mine stay up for 2 weeks before they delete them on me. But if you're looking for why they're not saving in the first place, then that's going to be in settings. No, that's moderation settings. I want settings. Okay, so if you want to check whether when it's not saving, you want to look on the left-hand side. We're gonna do a little bit of quick stuff here where we cheat stuff out. Not you. Okay. We've got this lovely cascade effect here. But you're gonna go to Settings, Stream, and then you're going to scroll down a bit, VOD settings and stream rewind, and you got to click this that says store past broadcasts. But yes, back to seeing an Examander. Yet it seems that dangerous creatures at the height of the Empire's power are returning. Continue to investigate this situation. This is something we need to learn much more about. that's the one. Excellent. Oh, was that setting off for you? That's unfortunate. You report to the mayor of Prison, enlisted you to fight the slime creatures. The next commander says, how strange. After so many years fearing and fighting the Empire, our agents are now helping it. Nonetheless, continue on your mission. We must find as much as we can about these creatures, including, possibly, where they came from. After all, they threaten the place we want to become our home. That, like, sting noise, it usually is like a key event has progressed, like a quest flag has happened. So, you tell the next commander of what you saw on the surface. He doesn't seem surprised. So far it sounds like what we expected. You're in the outskirts of the Empire, far from the center of civilization. There may still be hope that we can force some sort of colony up there. First, however, we need to learn much more. Go out, explore more, and report back. So, yes, we got hit with, like, multiple quest things because we did several things before we came back to check. Okay, so we can drop other stuff here now that we look at stuff. So, this, can we switch to this now? We gave you some defensive skills. So are you... still total encumbrance 3. Okay. So we'll drop the bronze chainmail here for now because we're not going to use it. It's too encumbering for now. Iron Wave Blade, let's see. Bronze Broadsword is 9 plus 1. Iron Wave Blade is 10 plus 2. Aha. Iron Axe, 7 plus 2. Alright, we'll take that over the Bronze Broadsword. Okay, we've got arrows and stuff, which this is fine. You've got arrows, which we can give to them. You can wear the leather gloves, that's fine. You can wear the naughty robes instead of the shirt, that's good. You have a bronze broadsword that you can also drop here. What's this book? Ah, that's right. This is the tearing of the bodice. There we go. Okay. We're now good to go back up to the surface and see what we can see about destroying the slime pit. Are we doing things out of order? Almost certainly. Like, we should probably not try to destroy the slime pit at this point. Like, we're even not going into various towns that we should probably be going into. This valley is infested by more slimes than you thought possible. Viscous goo drips from every available surface, and there is an eerie lack of any non-slime life, plant or animal. A large collection of mindless predators waits up the path. They don't approach, they seem to be guarding the path. What do? We attack. As soon as you start moving forward, the slime's inactivity ends. They glide gelatinously towards you. So wait, so did you find your past broadcast was already up, or did you find that your setting was off? Because one of those is better news than the other. Like, finding that the setting was off is good for the future, but if you manage to find your past broadcasts are already saved, at least for a short while, then that's much better news. The good news about the slimes is that they're relatively weak individually. Like, they don't take many they don't take much damage to kill. They have very few hit points. Which I suppose makes sense. They are, after all, the first one that you're fighting. These slimes are dead. No doubt there is plenty more where they came from. Alright. You are horrified by how thoroughly this mountain has been scoured of life. The slimes even ate the trees, down to the roots. Another collection of them waits patiently on the path ahead, bubbling slowly and emitting foul gases. As soon as you... yep. They are once again gliding gelatinously towards us. Alright, we started with stuff out of line of sight. Now we get to try to fireball things. How many of these are there? Alright, we'll just try to flame this one because we can't get any 2 in the match. Nice. These slimes are dead. No doubt there are plenty more. You descend into the slime pit. You have to be careful not to touch anything. Everything is coated with goo, and pitted by the acid the slimes constantly ooze. The place is dark and humid and horribly dangerous. Alright. Where are our torches? There they are. You're having to struggle to remain on your feet. The floor gets slicker and stickier with the further you go. The gloop is slowly eating through the soles of your boots. This cavern is not a friendly place to be. The entry passage ends in a large, moist cavern. Looking at the omnipresent ooze, you can't help but feverishly wish to never hear the word slime again. As you begin to enter the cave, you are ambushed. Slimes ooze from cracks in the ceiling and drop in front of and behind you. You are in great danger of being digested. Well, I guess it's time to fireball. What? Oh, I positioned it wrong. That's a major mistake on my part. Oh well. I should have rested to get my spell points back before I came in here, though. Okay, what are you casting now? Ooh, interesting. The obelisk is covered with quite a bit of intricate writing in a language you can't recognize, let alone understand. This pedestal has several buttons on it, arranged like this. Slime zombie. I guess I should be scrying monster on things just so I have a bestiary. It has 6 health left. Immune to poison and cold. How are we doing? Okay. It's a little weird to have the, like, very clear water here. Alright, the tunnel spirals downward. Despite the thin layer of mucus-like goo that covers the smooth floor, you think you can make your way down it without falling. So, this gate is open because we clicked the, because we hit the button up top. So, the buttons, like, there are like 5 buttons that are roughly in a line from the bottom left to upper right. They correspond to opening the gates at those positions on the map. I'm pretty sure, at least. That's how I remember it being. This hall extends beyond the range of your vision. The passage is lined with humanoid statues. covered with the ubiquitous goo. The unsettling question, are there stone statues or dead bodies under the slime? Are we about to get ambushed by slime zombies? Okay. Got him. No, not fireball, just flame. Unless there's another one up here. I can't see anymore. Shoot that one. Let's see. Long light. Shoot her! Oh, there's a bunch more there. Okay. 3 targets, that's enough to make Fireball worth it. The problem is that I'm going to need 1 Fireball spell for every one of these slime-producing things that we want to kill. Which means we're going to need to cast, I think it's 5 Fireball spells, which is 25 spell points, which is a lot. Okay, alright. As I said, it's 3 targets. That's worth it. If I have to leave and come back in, I'll do it. Fireball. That's only 2, but it's fine. Haha. You bitch. Fireball. Your magical flame blows the slime pool into hundreds of tiny globules, which twitch slightly, try to reform, and die. There is 1 less slime factory in existence. Other than that, however, nothing happens. You still hear the bubbling of the evil goo echoing from all around you. There must still be more to do. When you move down the passage, a barrier of green energy flashes into existence, blocking your path. You move away, barrier drops. You approach again, and the barrier reappears. The barrier is blocking you from the innermost chamber of the slime fortress. It's too powerful for you to bring it down now. You'll have to find a way to knock it down somewhere else. I believe the barrier goes down after you've killed the last slime pool. Alright, so we're going to go out and rest outside. Get our spell points back before we head on to try to kill more stuff. Leave. Because it's not open. Okay. Save. Back in. You descend into the slime pit. Yes. See? Respawns. Neat. Long light. Shoot it! We just got our spell points back. It's fireball time. Push that button. Alright, so before... we get the other one. Now, that should be... Right, so that's that one. I don't know if this is the right one, but we're going to try it and see. Nope, not the right one. Alright, I see. Yes, I understand. People are taking a bunch of poison damage. Fireball, not long light. And I understand she is the wrong one to cast this because the other guy is the one with full health. Oh, sorry, full spell points. Shouldn't have done that way, but that's okay. Slime. I think this is the right one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, a boat. That doesn't bode well, because you can't fight when you're on a boat. But other things can throw spells at you while you're on a boat. The problem is I can't even land on that island because the yellow slimes are so close to me that I can't get on it. They're just blocking the way to get on. So first we have to fireball the yellow slimes so that we can be able to even land on an island so that we have a platform to even cast spells at these. Very annoying. We want to cast Cure Poison on that. I keep trying to move diagonally, which you cannot do. Look, where are the monsters that saw me? Green slimes. I don't care about the green slimes. In before something happens that makes me care about the green slimes. Alright, so the green slimes are my way of not having to walk past these guys. Understood. So this is how this is going to go. You fireball this group. So that you can now fireball this group so that we can sail past this island without getting hit like 50 times. Well, okay, it'd be more like a dozen times, but a dozen times is still a lot of times. After many battles and obstacles, you have finally reached one of your goals, one of the pools where the slimes that have infested the area are created. Even now, lumps are shifting and growing under its surface, soon to become vicious, mindless creatures ready to slay the innocents of Krizan province. The whole process is horrifying in its simplicity and automation. However, the battle is still not over. You've reached one of the inner caverns of the fortress, and the slime maker is at your mercy. Now what? You know what the answer to that question of now what is? As always, fireball. Your magical flame blows the tiny slime pool into hundreds of tiny globules, which twitch slightly, try to reform, and die. There is one less slime factory in existence. Other than that, however, nothing happens. You still hear the bubbling of the evil goo echoing from all around you. There must still be more to do. Yep, barrier's still up. So we take the boat back the other way, and we're still glad that we killed those slimes, because now that means we don't have to get hit by them both on the way in and on the way out. Fine. Let's see. 5. Magic. Long light. Cast. I will note that it hasn't really come up yet that much, but there is a big part of the game that we haven't really explored yet, which is there are 2 goals. 1, save the surface from the monster plagues, because, you know, why are we saving the world? For the greater good? No, we're saving the greater world. We're saving the world because we kind of want to live in it. So, step 1 is defeat the monsters. Like, save the world from the monster plagues. But the other thing that we're trying to do, well, we're not trying to do it directly yet, I suppose, is find out where they all came from. Who's behind it? And the problem is, there are a lot of candidates, because the Empire has pissed off a lot of people. Like, a lot of people. Pretty much everyone ever been sent to exile, and anyone who is not the Empire itself. So, like, the big candidates that you'll see, like, we're not going to get to them all tonight, but there's the Venati, because, you know, as we talked about earlier, stole the Crystal Souls. They don't take kindly to that. There's Erica, the Archmage. She has personal vendettas and very valid grievances against them. The Dragons, also very good
reasons to really, really dislike the Empire. I forget which evidence is with which place. So I think the cockroach plague has like dragon scales. I think the golems are like tied to Erica. I forget where, like, there's little bits of evidence in each place. And doing so unlocks different things. Like, oh, once you find this evidence that, oh, maybe it's Erica, you unlock the ability to go there. And yeah, you're not just going to go there and accuse her, obviously, because she'll just kill you. But you've unlocked another area that you couldn't get to before. You can get magic training there, all sorts of things. So, the slimes in this chamber make no move to attack you. Instead, they're doing something very odd. They seem to be trying to adopt the humanoid form. Each surges upward, taking on shapes which are crude parodies of the human body. Then, having no skeleton, they collapse, the humanoid shapes melting like candle wax. The slimes then try again. You can't imagine why they would be doing this, or how to reconcile it with the slime's apparent mindlessness. So, what you're saying is that slime girls do not exist in this universe. Which is a disappointment to everyone, really, but, you know, I'm sure some are disappointed more than others. Alright, we push this button now, which should be the one down here-ish. I know this is the wrong direction, but we're like full exploring at the moment. Okay, what is that? We want to cast Fireball on these because the poison that we got put on us is really bad. How do we know? Because it has a red letter in it. Normal poison is just going to look like that with a non-red letter. Fireball. Poison fungi. You will cast Scry Monster so that we can have stuff in our dossier for these sorts of things. Has 3 health. I was like, wait a second, there's got to be one more. The desiccated body of one of the poison fungi leans precariously against one wall. Unearthing it, some of the stones look glittery. Take. Let's see. You, cure poison on them. Thank you. You, heal them. Thank you. You, cast light. I keep wanting to use hotkeys from Angband. Because it has very similar controls in that I'm moving with the numpad. Alright, which way was it? It wasn't this way, because I haven't explored this way. From these caverns you hear low, gurgling, agonized moans, as if something was being tortured while its mouth was filled with goo. You don't think you're going to like what you see. At first, you think you found a slime eating a giant lizard. The truth is much more horrible. You realize the giant lizard is alive, and the slime is melding with it. The two seem to be joining into one being. Kill it? Yes. You stick your sword into the writhing, agonized being, ending its misery. You then quickly clean off the blade. One less horror in the world.
Right, same thing with a goblin. Yes, mercy kill. And same thing with a wolf. Mercy killed again. 3 out of 3 would mercy kill again. After all, she does a surprising amount of damage. The bodies ahead are old, withered, and covered with goo. However, they show a worrying lack of decomposition. Fortunately, they don't attack you when you approach. They'll attack me later. An excited zombie is often heard to emit a long, low hissing noise when attacking. A slime zombie does something similar, but it's more of a bubbling sound. This is relevant because you start to hear this noise behind you. The bodies have risen. Shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Well, because it's in range. Fireball. Your magical flame blows the slime pool. Blah, 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 blah. We did this to the other 2 already. 3 down. 2 to go. Right, the barrier is still blocking us. You know what? Priest spell. Turn undead. Where is it? There it is. Priest spell. Turn undead. For some reason, I expected that to be stronger. Like, just because it has limited targets, I thought that it would do more. Because why bother having a spell that's specific to killing undead if it does less damage than the spell that works on everything? Actually, it's been a bit since I've checked, but let's see what our leveling competition is looking like. All right. Level 9, level 6, level 5, level 8, level 7, level 5. So, despite the early advantage going to our spellcasters, they are held back by a couple things. One, the fact that we do this when we're going through these dungeons, where we just walk up with our lead attack person, and he gets all the kills. Like, that's one thing. Pick lock. Need lockpick equipped. Right, of course. Excuse you. I put 13 points into lockpicking and 12 dexterity, and I still just can't pick locks? Okay, fine. 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 We'll use the spell points. Must be an unusually difficult door. I wonder if this is like a sequence break only sort of door. Like, you're only getting through here if you came back and did slimes way after you did everything else. Or you're supposed to get in by like using move mountains on a different piece of it. We want long light. Right, so we need to go back and push a button anyway. That one. All right, now we head this way. Climb. Again, they just immediately cast web. Why do they shoot web? They're not even grouped up for fireballing. The nerve. The absolute nerve of these things. Normal flame, which is different than yoga flame or yoga fire. At first, this merely seems to be another poor human victim, slain and encased in a thick layer of slime. Then, you see the body move slightly. Whoever this human is, it's alive. Something even left tiny air holes in its imprisoning group. Free it? Yes. You scrape off the fibrous gook holding the man in place. He must have been paralyzed by the slime and then wrapped in webs and goo. He was imprisoned in his armor and his equipment is still nearby. He stands up and blinks his eyes. You try to talk to him, but he can only grunt and twitch in return. His experience has left him completely unhinged. He grabs his equipment and runs off, howling angrily. Okay, where are you? There you are. Did I just click on the wrong square? Alright, fine. We cast flame. We're gonna shoot you, hopefully. Not good enough. Well, you have more spell points than the other guy. You're in melee range. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna swap you two. So that maybe our second person here can get a little bit more of that good XP that comes from being in the front. Doesn't help if he can't finish things off, though. Okay, we're just going to go up this right-hand side. This is fine. We're going to cast light. You're going to heal.
On who?
On who? Okay, off we go. Time for fireball. Alright. There must be more left to do, indeed. Yep, that's the barrier that keeps us out. Okay, back we go. So we are going to go outside and rest first before this last one. Because ideally what happens is after this next one, we go immediately to fight the boss slime. Yes, I understand that we're in the slime pit. Thank you very much. We want to cast Long Light. Push this button. And go all the way up this way. The slimes have dragged a number of bloated bodies here. The dead are from a variety of humanoid species and have been dead for varying amounts of time. This is a horrifying place, making the rest of these tunnels seem homey by comparison. Ow. Excellent. Gloves. Loot the bodies. Defile the dead. You didn't get... Oh. Okay. Dust. Okay, so some of them just straight up are like, yeah, you're all going to be problematic now.
On who?
Cure disease. Don't found is permanent until cured. Cast Restore Mind. Okay. Cast. Where is Restore Mind? I don't know how to cast it. So we're going to have to leave and go all the way back to town to find a healer. Because I was too busy looting bodies. Note how it's taking 2 casts to cure every one. What? Okay. I was not paying attention. And I thought that because I selected a different party member, a different person would be casting it. But I had only changed it in one menu, not the other, so... Okay, fine. Fine. I'll stop trying to loot the bodies. Understood. You'd think that after I did it the first 2 or 3 times, I would have learned better. But apparently not. Greed springs eternal. Alright, does this nearby town... Not entering Colchis. Colchis appears to just be... overrun, we'll say. So... I was about to say it's like... It's a little bit early for that, though, I thought. Because the thing is, like, if you wait long enough, like, all the towns will start getting overrun. Like, they will all just be screwed. We want to cast Wound. Yep, a little bit of gold and stuff. But no, this appears to not be a friendly town. It appears to be a slime town. Unfortunately, this slime was made of wood. Slimes have eaten away most of it. What does this dot say? This is an all too familiar sight. It was a large, successful collection of farms until the slimes got to them. Now it's wreckage and ruin. Not even the slimes found it worthwhile to stay here. You enter the village of Silvar. Coincidentally, Silvar is the name of one of the largest cities in Exile. Who knows? Perhaps it was founded by a homesick person from here. Ah, how are you, good sir? Mary, the toolsmith looks up from a rather intricate repair job. You can't help but feel the smith's face looks familiar somehow. I am known as Mary. Welcome to my shop. I and my siblings run shops such as this all over Valorum. I have a host of fine tools you can purchase. Also, I deal in used goods. Any supplies you no longer want, you can sell to me. Can you identify? No? Sell. Makes an offer on everything that has been identified. Neat. I haven't really picked up any actual gear I'd want to sell. What do you use? You sell scrolls. Cool. Got it. Provisioner? Yeah. His name is just Provisioner, which means he's generic Provisioner guy. Gardener. You meet a priest wandering the streets of the city. He wears rough woolen clothes, which look like they've been worn through muddy swamps from one end of the continent to the other. Only a small wooden ankh marks him as a holy man. Job. He fingers his ankh. I've been wandering the lands trying to help people deal with the monsters that plague us. In my wanderings, I have heard the slimes attacking Curzon are actually rather benign. Some cities have been attacked by giants, others by troglodytes. I have heard rumors of golems and bizarre furred beasts. Most unnerving of all, Shader has encountered truly bizarre horror. Shader has been attacked by waves of gigantic cockroaches. Hard to believe. Ask about healing. Cure dumbfound. It's like all of my gold. One problem with killing slimes is that slimes do not drop loot. So, that's okay. Our dumbfounding is cured. Let's just make sure we clicked the right one. That one. We want to go all the way up. We're going to ignore these because we don't want to get everyone diseased again. Climb down. We'll investigate this. Oh. This is a larger concentration than the others generally would have. You move close to the rune, and the energy of the slimes are absorbed begins to course instead into you. You feel your magic batteries refilling. Neat. So the game kind of expected you to go bottom to top. And this last one is very easy. In fact, it just gives you a magic refill on its own. Magic. Cast long light. We have to be in combat mode before you can cast fireball here. With the elegant arcing of a fireball, the last slime pool is destroyed. As you survey the smoking wreckage, you hear a horrendous roar. It shakes the stone in the cavern and makes some smaller stalactites fall. The roar came from deeper in the caves, from one of the passages blocked by the green energy fields. You check your armor and ready your weapons. Clearly, there is one last obstacle that must be overcome. Let me open up something real quick. Move that. There. That. There. There. Okay. Alright, we should be good to go. At long last, you reach the innermost source of the infection. It is a huge cavern, its walls scratched by the flailing of huge tentacles, the floor covered with tiny droplets of gray goo, moving under its own power. You don't notice many of the details, however. You're too busy looking at the master of the caves. It towers over you, keening in fury over the loss of its gelatinous children. It is a beast that seems truly alien to this world. It is 20 feet high, a writhing mass of tentacles, fibrous jelly and eye stalks. A croaking roar, unlike any noise you've ever heard, comes from deep within. Spitting goo, muscular tentacles flashing, the master of the slimes, lunges forward to have its revenge on you. Mass blessing. What? Why did it not go off? Guess I need to cast it only in combat. We cast slow? I doubt it'll work. Huh, it does work. Go figure. We cast Holy Scourge, which is a curse effect. Shoot it! Doesn't do much damage. Forward 1. We will cast Scry Monster. Alright, level 14, health 101. Ability, summon slimes. It is immune to poison. It has double attack, it has speed of 3. We're gonna cast a flame cloud. Now it's standing on that. And now we cast flame on it. Twice, because we cast haste. Takes 6. That's not much. 15's better. And I guess we cast Holy Scourge on it again because these things stack. Alright. This just lethal? No. There we go. One of the lowest level characters got to finish it off, which is excellent for us. With a roar that seems to shake the entire cavern, the alien slime shakes and collapses. Almost immediately, it begins to decay, its body parts falling apart and decomposing into goo. The creature's death howl is echoed by other, smaller screams, reverberating through the tunnels. As their master goes, the slimes nearby are following. Hopefully most, if not all, of the slimes elsewhere are dying too. You stand, bloodied and battered, alone in the cavern. You have little doubt that Krisen is now free of the slime menace. A great victory is yours. Yet, the victory is unsatisfying. Somebody powerful must have created this place. There's too much magic about to think otherwise. The question is, who? This threat has been removed. However, if the creator, the source of the problem, is not discovered, the surface, your home, may yet be destroyed. Oh, wait, other control. There we go. Nope, nope. There we go. Okay. We need to find the way that we did not already take in. Ah, there we go. I'm looking for evidence. All the evidence in these caves points to one thing. The slimes didn't just migrate here by chance. They were placed here by someone powerful and intelligent. Carved into the cave wall here is what would seem to be the final evidence of that. It's a magic rune, a mark of ownership or creation, often placed by a wizard on a particularly good piece of work. You don't recognize the mark, but surely someone at Fort Emergence will. You memorize it. You can't just write it down? Why memorize when you can write it down? I have scrolls in my inventory. We're not illiterate. We can just, do that. Alright, so slimes are done. So, to finish out stream, we're going to go turn this in. We're going to talk to a couple important people. The first is going to be the mayor. Well, we'll talk to the mayor of Silver first. Once we find him. There's got to be a city hall around here somewhere. Temple of the Divine Lucre. Yes. Prosperity Gospel is alive and well. Okay. I would love to talk to you, miss, but I have a specific person I'm trying to talk to right now. So that's just guards. This another guard room or storeroom. Sailor. An archer. Archery shop. Is there no mayor here? Vorgar. This man's plate armor, vicious greatsword, and epic muscles mark him as one not to be trifled with. Markings on his breastplate mark him as an Empire dervish, a member of the Empire's elite shock troops. I've been placed here to fend off the slimes. It's one of my easier assignments. They wanted to send 2 dervishes. I told them that would be overreacting. At any rate, there are a few of us in prison. Guts. The Empire has placed little of its strength in prison. I know not why, but it is not my place to question the wisdom of my benevolent masters. Okay, cool. Are you also the mayor in addition to the innkeeper? Not much business. I'll give you a good room for 3 gold and wine for 1. Okay, cool. Cool. Then we just have the rooms in the inn. We're going to bother any particular people staying in these. Right, so it looks like there is no town hall here, unless the priest of the divine lucre is... Okay. This man is fastidiously cleaning, counting, stacking, and restacking several large piles of coins on top of the altar. The coins are all shapes and sizes, and from all over. Information is power. Power costs. I will tell you our philosophy for a single gold, and the services we offer for only 5. Or I could leave. If I have to pay to look at the menu, I won't. I simply will not interact at all. You meet a small fidgety man. Alright, ask about slimes. Well, that work is done. The rebuilding has begun. Have you received your reward for your bold efforts? Reward. You tell Arbuckle of the slaying of the alien slime. Excellent. He claps his hands and a huge stack of gold is brought to you. I know not your opinion of the Empire, but know this. By slaying the beast, you saved many innocent lives. Also, I will let news of your brave deeds spread. If I have my way, you will be greeted with open arms everywhere in Valorum. Excellent. So we got some gold, so we might actually be able to train. So that's nice. We will also head back to Fort Emergence and see what we can see about that there. And I will say, I'm really underselling the open world aspect of the game. So I know it's weird to say because we've been live for like 6 hours. Yeah. But I'm kind of speedrunning by going directly to like defeating the slimes immediately, as opposed to exploring around, talking to everyone, and so on and so forth. You tell Anaximander everything about the destruction of the alien slime, and he looks much more worried than before. You see what this means, don't you? Some very powerful creature with great magical ability launched a mighty attack on the surface. This is grim in the extreme. The best that can happen is that the Empire will blame us and attack us anew. The worst is that the attacker has the power to make the surface unlivable, and we will be doomed to exile forever. It is clear that your mission is becoming much more important than we thought. We need you to get a lot of information for us, not just a brief survey of the fort's surroundings. Keep exploring the surface and find out as much as you can about these monsters. More importantly, find out where they came from. Otherwise, they may come for us. And if you find any evidence of who might be responsible, take it to Bera. You've done well. You should go to the Portal Fortress and from there to the Tower of Magi to receive a reward. Once down there, see X and Solberg, and one of them will give you magical training. Alright, so, time to collect some rewards. Okay, you. Job. Rewards. Well done. Here's the reward for dispatching the alien slime. We got an unidentified potion. So I do remember there was a thing you could do with alchemy that you could get enough gold and you could brew potions of skill to give yourself I don't want to say infinite skill points, but a lot of skill points. But we are a long ways off from that. Alright. We have 12 points here. We'll get a defense. We'll get a strength. We'll get 2 dex. Well, no. Strength. 2 pole weapons. You know what? We're gonna specialize a bit. Okay, alright. We'll do that. They're not as good in combat, but that's fine. Do we want to just dump our points into spell points? Feels like it just feels bad. Just more intelligence, I guess. Does it? Yeah, we'll just go heavy on intelligence. You get mage spells, and then more intelligence, and then we are out of gold before we got to train our last person. Training is expensive, and we just got a big reward too. Alright. Talk to this dude. Research. Evidence. You described to Bearer the rune you found in the alien slime's lair. He looks highly disturbed. I know that. That's the rune of Erica the Archmage. Perhaps you should speak to Anaximander. This is dire news. Okay. So, Erica the Archmage, as we mentioned, hates the Empire. Like, a lot. Like, a lot. And she's been cursed to die instantly if she ever gets touched by the sun. Like, that's how bad their beef is with each other. You describe the runes you found in the alien slime's lair and how they're Erica's symbols. He shakes his head and looks very concerned. Erica is our greatest archmage, and her hatred for the Empire is absolute. The possibility that she may be responsible for the ravaging of the surface is both unsettling and plausible. You could go try to speak with her. She lives in the north end of the cavern, far north of Gekra. Alright, and that will do it for this stream. We ran long because I wanted to finish killing the slimes. And we did finish killing the slimes. We finished killing the slimes. We got the evidence. We turned the evidence in. We got rewards, though not all of our rewards because we didn't get our magical training. That said, it's been a while. It is late, so we're going to wrap up stream real quick here. Last reminder, like, comment, subscribe, etc., all that stuff. We're going to continue in 1997 for the rest of this week, as well as, of course, having at least one day of Dungeons & Dragons online, as we always do. So, thank you, everyone, very much for being here. Thank you for spending your time with me, because there are many places that you could be on the internet, and you've chosen to spend your time with me this evening. And I appreciate that a bunch, so thank you very much. And,